summer. This is the final event of our project that is finalized in July, so we had to do it at this period of time. Many thanks that you could be able to travel with us in Brussels and be with us. And many thanks for people joining online. I have the pleasure to also welcome the representative from the European Commission, the GRNI, Maria Georgiadou, who came here with us to let us know what are the plans of the European Commission on this subject, and of course to learn from us, from inside, how works goes with the biomethane developments in Europe. And I have also the pleasure to welcome our project officer, Ekaterini Conti from CINEA. It's lovely to see you, although it is the last meeting of the project, but it is always a pleasure to have you around. I will start now by saying a few words about the agenda. So we start with the first session that is mainly focused on research. And then after break, we will start with biomethane policies because GreenMeUp is a market uptake project with a focus on policies. And in the third session, we have the pleasure to have online members of our advisory board from China, India, and Canada, who will present us the latest developments of biomethane in the countries too. And then at the end, right before 5 o'clock, we can have discussions on remaining barriers, how we should proceed in the future so as to facilitate the biomethane development. I would like to start now with a few words about our project. For those who don't know about it, it aims to foster the biomethane production in certain member states of Europe that still lag behind. It has social acceptance, and this is one of the reasons we are holding this the policy workshop here, and then design a set of market uptakes in order to overcome the barriers and help out biomethane development. So in numbers, it is an Horizon project from 22 to 25 with a budget a little less than 2 million euros, 15 partners from 11 countries. As you see, we have the collaboration of biogas associations that is very crucial for our project. So we have identified the target countries and the countries that lag behind. And we have the pleasure to have their biogas association from Estonia, Latvia, Poland, Czech Republic, Spain. And we have also the target, the advanced countries of Italy and Germany with the BFZ and the Biogas Association from Italy, research centers and SMEs like the presenters of Biogest company and the natural gas transmission company Enaon. In a few words, so it is organized around three pillars: the market policy and the society that run throughout the advanced ends, the target countries and the mission innovation countries. So as I said before, the target, the advanced countries, mission innovation from Brazil, China, India, and the US, and we have as a part a really distinct task on innovations in technologies and in feedstock and in standards as well, because that should go aligned with the policy measures. And the specific objective, as I said, is to first to evaluate the framework conditions where we are in all countries, and evaluate the dynamics of the biogas in the target countries, because there is the focus of this project. Assure active engagement of stakeholders so as to cross-fertilize us, get information from them in order to help us out making this policy measure plans, and then give it back to the involved stakeholders. design country-tailored policies, and this is the time now to show you where we are and what are the policy measures that we have identified so far, and then of course to disseminate the project. So I think that is all. Some deliverables you can find in our website, and thank you so much, and looking forward to a really fruitful meeting today. Thank you. And now I will ask Maria Georgiadou to let us know about the European strategy for biomethane and provide us the most updated news. Always happy to hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation, Myrsini. That's a very nice project. It's a project that looks really to the reality, what needs to be done for a technology like biomethane to be uptaken in real conditions in the market. And we are trying from DGRTD to put a lot of support on advancing the technologies, but it is not enough. I mean, you need to understand the environment in which you act, and you need actually to support the uptake of the technology. So I work for DGRTD, and I have the file of renewable fuels and bioenergy. And let's say that my major responsibility is the strategy for research and innovation support in these areas. But in order to do that, I need to understand the policy environment and the regulation to see where we target with these technologies. So we'll try to do the same with you, give you a little bit of a flavor of what is going on right now in the policy arena. We have the 2025 Commission, European Commission work program, not the work program of the topics, but what this Commission we need to do. And these are some of the things that some of them they have been done. The focus now is on the competitive growth. And on the competitive growth and decarbonization. It's not just decarbonization, it is decarbonization with including competitiveness. And so we have some initiatives there, like the Competitiveness Compass, the Clean Industrial Deal, the Action Plan of Affordable Energy, the industry, which are already there, and the EU Startup and Scale Up Strategy. These are already announced, and we have some more, like the Industrial Decarbonization Accelerator Act, the Bioeconomy Strategy, and the Sustainable Transport Investment Plan. These are also important for this area. And they are going to come later this year. We had already with REPowerEU announced the roadmap towards ending Russian energy imports, which is also relevant to biomethane. And yesterday, I think it was announced the target for the 2040 for the greenhouse gas emissions reduction. 90% still, which is a good sign for the decarbonization. And we have international partnerships also with India. And the last thing that is going to be announced on the 16th of July will be the next MFF. And then we will see where the framework program for research and innovation will be, what the budget will be, etc. I don't succeed very well with... Okay, thank you. So I'm not going to talk about the policies, just to tell you that there are many policies that affect renewable fuels and bioenergy, starting with the Fit for 55, the REPowerEU and its update for the Russian imports reduction, the hydrogen decarbonized gas, which includes also e-methane. We have the Green Deal Industrial Plan with the Net Zero Act, which supports also biogas and biomethane, manufacturing components. And we have also the STEP and the bioeconomy strategy and the climate law that was A little bit on the Green Industrial Deal is what I said. How can the business become competitive and decarbonized at the same time in the EU? So there is many actions under this Green Industrial Deal, including one for research and innovation. We have the affordable energy economy-wide electrification. We have the lead with the Affordable Energy Action Plan, which also boosts affordable energy between all of those concerned. The lead markets. There are financial measures, the regulation measures. There is the circularity. There is the international partnerships. There is focus on skills and simplification on the rules, how we can coordinate between EU and member states with lighter legislation, say, and easier permitting. This is the action plan for affordable energy. I'm not going to say, because in the afternoon my colleague Francis from NR will talk about it, but this is exactly how to bring together all the stakeholders from the demand side, from the supply side, and the member states, the regulators, the policymakers, in order to really go ahead and do investments in the area of affordable energy, which includes the biogases and the biomethanes. We in RTD, we did this EU startup and scale up strategy, and we announced it. So it's a boost on industrial SMEs in particular, and innovations by facilitating the regulation. Very recently, we had the state aid rules for the Green Deal Industrial Plan, and they are quite interesting to see how they connect with this startup and scale-up strategy in supporting innovation, including biogas and biomethane SMEs under this idea. It's about finance with the EIC and the Scale-up Europe Fund that will be there, and an act that is coming together. It's about the unicorns, it's about the skills, and it's about the infrastructure and the networks. But there will be monitoring on this strategy. There will be monitor for as a scoreboard and an annual survey. We are in the last part of Horizon Europe. So we build on the strategic plan 25-27. This plan includes one key orientation, which is to have secure, efficient, sustainable, competitive, renewable, and decarbonized energy supply. And under this, we have the renewables. It includes research and innovation for all types of renewable energy generation, including from biomethane, advanced biofuels, and solar and RFMBOs. And what is out now is the work program 25. And I will give you some idea about what is there. And we are finishing the 26-27 now. It will be adopted by the end of the year, but now the consultation period will start soon. And there, this is what I told you before, there is a clean industrial plan flagship call. This call, it's 600 million, 300 is on the supply, and 300 is on the industry decarbonization. And it will be more discussed in the RNI days, but also it will be out with a publication of the 26-27. There, all renewable energies and biomethane and biogas can be included, but these are fit for deployment projects in this call. Now, we have supported renewable gases since, let's say, from Horizon 2020, and all the information, how this was done, can be found in this information package on innovative biomethane. And you see that many feedstocks are examined there, from organic matter, but also from lignocellulosic biomasses, even from solar and wastewater treatments, etc., to feed many outlets, many uses, heat, power, fuels, platform chemicals. Now, whoops, change the page. This is the support that we think that most of the biomethane for the 35 BCM will come from the organic matter, but the lignocellulosic and the waste treatment is also important. And in terms of, I don't know why it doesn't work. Can you please change it? The previous one. So we have here the other one. Next, next, previous. Okay, then you go to the next one, which is the support that we have given. The support is about more than 150 million only for biomethane projects, not biogas, biomethane projects. And you see what is important that before in Horizon 2020, we focused more on the CSAs to check the environment. But when the REPowerEU was in place, we just starting focusing again on innovation actions and on research and innovation actions. So we have more than 35 projects, strictly speaking, on biomethane development in all types. And next, we have a list of projects. I don't know what is going on. Next, please. Here is the list of in the link, and okay, in the previous one is just a list, and it shows what each one is doing. It's worth going to the links. It's worth seeing what the technology is developed there, and what we say. We now try to focus the advancement of the technology directly on the fermentation, if it is anaerobic digestion, or directly increasing the biomethane yield from the anaerobic digestion, so to go directly to biomethane and not to go through the biogas if the purpose is to produce biomethane. So this is an innovative way that can decrease the costs, increase the yields, and make a decentralized production of biomethane that can then feed into the grid. Of course, we have to see where's the infrastructure and where we can link to the grid. Next, please. I don't know why this doesn't work. Here is an example of projects that have produced some posters, and in the next slide, you can see what we did with the stakeholders under the biomethane industrial partnership. So we have produced 3 reports. That was a partnership that brought EBA, the European Biogas Association, brought research, and it brought all the commission services under the same discussion forum. It was called a partnership to really develop towards a target of 35 BCM in 2030 technologies and market barriers. And we have produced these 3 reports under one of the task forces, which was on R&I, on what is the mapping of the innovative technologies, what is about the digestate, and how we can upgrade the CO2 to biomethane. It's worth also looking at them. They contain important information. Next slide, please. And now the final things are about what we ask for the submission of proposals in 2025. So we look at waste that have biogenic waste that have no recycled potential to make hydrogen. This is a coordinated call with India. And actually, it's coordinated, meaning there are 2 proposals, one submitted to Horizon Europe, one submitted to the India M&RE. And then these proposals should collaborate in terms of activities in at least one work package. This means that the European researchers will develop common activities with Indian researcher under one, at least, or 2 work packages on, could be the technology, could be the feedstock, could be the safety, could be the purification of waste to hydrogen. And then with this collaboration, each one will be funded by its own organization. The Europeans from Horizon Europe, the others from M&RE, and M&RE has made available equal amount of funds for this type of applications. Then we have one. Can you put the other, because we have the next one, this I described. We have this one, which is large-scale production of liquid advanced biofuels in RFMBOs. This means what? This is a kind of topic that will make a reference case for the next first of a kind implementation. So it looks to the whole value chain. It talks about industrial value chain. So it looks from this feedstock, where it has to be secured, it has to be developed and mobilized for this project. So it has also to see what is the impact of the feedstocks if this is densified in terms of energy, or if it is homogeneous, or if it is standardized, what will be the impact on the plant design. And then the LCA, of course, is very important, should cover all the industrial value chain. It allows demo plants that are already there to be reused or build new ones. And also it looks at the business model to see where is the funding, where is the takeoff, where is the business case, and what is the impact on the environment and climate. So it is really big scale. It is not the first of the kind plant, but it is the preparation to the first of a kind plant. So it goes up to TRL 8. Then the next and last one is this looks like a topic like a GreenMeUp continuation could be, because it talks about competitiveness, energy security, and integration aspects of advanced biofuels and RFMBOs. So what it wants to do, it wants to bring all the stakeholders around a value chain, that it is biofuel or RFMBO, in a dialogue to propose also R&I measures to improve where is the problems and the barriers, whether technological, whether forecasting, whether market, and then to develop really robust ideas for increasing the competitiveness and the energy security. And that's why I say that we need to have multidisciplinary issues in renewable fuel production, like carbon removal, CO2 trading and valorization, sustainable farming, fuel standardization, trade-off synergies of carbon farming and LCA. So everybody from the farmer to the end user should be there developing these types of proposals. And this is going to feed in to the next steps that we are going to propose for the last part of 26-27. So integration, competitiveness, security, autonomy, we are looking to develop the EU domestic production and support the EU independence in energy imports. So I think that was it. Thank you very much for your attention. If you want, you can visit this nice links there. We had an information day where we described also in May the topics, but if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Thank you very much for your attention.
For the discussion at the end, but if there are questions, clarifications for the project. And then thank you very much for passing by the ball, to GreenMeUp and continuation. We are always thinking about it. Now time for Andrea Maria Rizzo from RECOR to present us the innovative technologies for biomethane production.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure. I'm a bit sad that this project is going to end. It was a really fantastic journey with all the colleagues and the technology providers that we reached out and we met during this, and the people around this community, which is really boosting ideas and innovations. So I'll be focusing in my very brief speech a little bit on the one specific aspect. That is the integration of the pyrolysis and anaerobic digestion for a very specific reason, which we'll see later on. We see a little bit of a possibility in this respect of integration, so back-end, front-end, and we look at a couple of case studies in which this concept has been applied for two waste treatment plants in authorization, one authorized and another one in authorization. So we are a big fan of anaerobic digestion. It's a fantastic process. It really has superpowers, robust, scalable, reliable, can be deployed almost anywhere it's super flexible, so it can process almost anything, almost, of course, under certain conditions. Can fit into the natural gas grid, so it decouples the use and production, guarantee of origins, extend reach of the plant, because you can produce a biocomponent in a place and use it, and you can pull together different production sites and a single end-use site. So in principle, you could think of Fischer-Tropsch out of this, or many other conversion process, because the molecule you're using is super flexible. I've already touched upon, but there's a thing in this process which, to my opinion, to our opinion, is its Achilles heels. It's the digestate management. It takes a lot of space, civil works, concrete use, operational cost, and it adds just a little bit of value in some instances, but in most of the time it's a net cost for the owner and operator. Of course, there are possibilities to make a very good use of the digestate in agriculture. Yes, absolutely. But in many cases, and specifically when you look at waste management companies, digestate has no value. It's just a cost, just a net cost. And but this brings me to the possibility of leveraging the pyrolysis and gasification processes, which produces a solid carbonaceous material, which is normally known as char or biochar. And this material has very nice properties with respect to stability, for example, conversely to biomass, which mineralizes in a very short time frame, few years, with biochar, or char in general, let's call it this way, through pyrolysis or gasification, you obtain a material which has a time span of centuries. And these are, it's now, let's say, there's a significant body of knowledge around that, and the seminal work from Professor Samay of Aalborg University and colleagues shown that the very same structure of inertinite, so the most stable form of carbon that you find in the Earth crust, dating back from thousands and thousands of years ago, is the very same that you can find in biochar produced under appropriate production conditions. So the stability is no longer an issue. It's not a question. It's something that's proven by science to this point. And thus, why these two can fit together? Well, first of all, if you could apply this process, this conversion process, to the back end of an anaerobic digestion plant, you would dramatically increase the stability of the end product. So you would end up with something with a carbon permanence, for example, in soil, which is increased by orders of magnitude. So no longer just few years, but thousands of years, which opens, of course, the possibility to apply for carbon credits, now in the voluntary market. But one day, perhaps, with the things that are moving at the European level, ETS could be part of this question. You expand the range of product, because you start with in the simple configuration of an aerobic digestion, you start with digestate. You know their uses, you know its limitations. But biochar, again, is a full-fledged component material category under the fertilizer regulations. So it's a product in itself with a certain market value in specific applications. It's a fertilizer product, it's a soil amendment. And other values outside agriculture became possible because biochar has been proven to be a very nice, under appropriate conditions, a very nice additive or substitute, for example, for cement in concrete manufacturing. But not only that, you have possibility to manufacture absorbents, fillers, and if you look at energy-intensive industries where coal is still a need, a demand, you can make use of certain type of biochar to substitute a very large, in some instances, the entirety of coal demand. So you extend to some respect the end-use applications of your product, which at present has quite narrow uses, to a, let's say, significant larger number of end-users cases. And this goes with the value of the product. With biochar, you're talking at least of 200 euro per tons, whereas with the digestate, it's few tenths when it's a good digestate. Otherwise, again, you need at least to cover the transportation costs. There's another further element which I'd like to bring to your attention, and is the possibility for the conversion process fed with digestate to dramatically abate the certain organic contaminants. There's a much talk about PFAS in this very moment, and there's significant evidences piling up on the positive effect of pyrolysis already at very low temperature with certain inorganic additives in converting PFAS. So you no longer find them in the end product. It gets converted and degraded. And it's just a matter at that point of treating appropriately the emissions at the stack of the conversion process. But this material, which has the property of basically coming always back into the food chain, and it's not a disappear, but can get converted. So when it comes to processing a feedstock which is affected by PFAS contamination, this should be borne in mind. So after this brief speech, okay, let's have a look at the one potential backend integration, which is quite straightforward. We have our anaerobic digestion plan, plain and simple, with our biomethane, CO2, our feedstock, our digestate. So after the thickening phase, we have, for example, stripping for ammonium sulfate production, standard technology, nothing fancy. Our solid phase digestate, which can originate a fertilizer product, CMC5 per se, or if you go for composting, you add a little bit of green waste to facilitate the composting process, you can have your CMC3 product, which again, regulated by fertilizer regulation, well-known product. But if instead of doing that, you go for drying and pyrolysis, you can produce this biochar. So at the very end, you have another CMC14, so another fertilizer product, regulated in Europe. You can sell it, you can CE market. It's just a product. How this changes and impacts the carbon balance. Basically, you end up, of course, with you're just converting the carbon that you already have in the digestate. So, of course, you will have some CO2 losses due to the conversion process. As we saw before, roughly half of the carbon that you have in the digestate ends up in the CO2 during the conversion, but the other half is stable, is there. And if you make a good use of that biochar, that is not an energetic use, of course, it will stay there. I cannot say forever, but as long as inertinite stays in the ground, which is almost forever. Another potential backend integration. Love this pointer. Another potential backend integration, again, we see our base case at the very end, so up to composting, is instead of treating all the effluent of the digestate, we treat a side stream, so a fraction of the digestate. We produce our biochar. It can be used alone. Yes, it's a product per se, again. Or you can incorporate this biochar in the composting pile. Again, evidences from science points out that nitrogen emission is greatly reduced. Composting speed is greatly increased. And value per product again, so composting speed increase means that you have, for the same throughput, you have less space occupation. So it's a cost advantage in this respect. Less OPEX, less CAPEX. Less material for construction. And you have incorporation of biochar in your CMC3 product. So it's a CMC3 enriched in CMC14. But there's another possibility. Normally, pyrolysis plants burn off all the pyrolysis gas being produced. Now, again, there's some scientific evidence suggesting that if you do a fractional condensation and you recover the light ends from the pyrolysis gases, these light ends, which basically are water-soluble organics, can be fed back to the anaerobic digestion system and boost a little bit the CH4 production. Of course, cautions there. It's not as proven as other technologies. It's not directly applicable, so you have to be careful in that. But there's evidence suggesting this, and the TRL still is low. Large-scale testing are needed to validate at scale and identify potential bottlenecks. But that's something very interesting from a systemic perspective. If we go on the opposite side, so a front-end integration, we could look at biochar produced either from another biomass or again from the compost or digestate from our existing plant. And the biochar can have two uses. One, standard product, as before, or, and again, we have very nice scientific evidence also on this point, as an additive in anaerobic digestion. And this can boost, again, a little bit the BioCH4 production. And at the same time, you will get an enriched product, be it your digestate or your compost, stabilized digestate or compost, enriched in biochar. So that's another possibility. And even here, you can have the light condensate addition to the anaerobic digestion system. That's another possibility that can be considered to boost the biomethane production without changing the plant. There are some further general considerations which should be made from a systemic perspective. One topic is electricity. We should bear in mind that pyrolysis plant is a net electricity consumer unless you have an ORC cycle at the bottom of the pyrolysis plant. This means that the electricity footprint increases, and it's particularly important to bear this in mind when we have biomethane plants. In biomethane plants, you no longer have normally the CHP section, not necessarily at least, and thus the impact of the upgrading and cleaning on the electricity consumption is quite significant. You had on top of that the pyrolysis plant and the dryer, of course, because we are working with something very wet. Depending on the technology you leverage for and use for drying, the watering and drying, the extent of feedstock pretreatment and feedstock for the pyrolysis section, so the digestate pretreatment and solid liquid separation effectiveness can have an impact on electricity demand. So resorting to very good component is crucial in order to close the balance and make the process self-sustainable, at least for the heat side, and not to weigh too much on the electricity hand. So that's crucial, really crucial. In this respect, there are fantastic companies in Europe doing a great work in developing technologies for the watering, drying, and you have the options here, absolutely. When it comes to the heat balance strongly depends on the dryer effectiveness, feed moisture content, pyrolysis temperature. The higher the pyrolysis temperature, the higher the amount of heat that you can recover and reuse back to dry the feedstock, and system losses. So it's a technology matter. It's not something unsolvable. There are already companies doing this at scale for agricultural digestates, 20 megawatt. There's a plant in Europe, a pilot from Sisdal, exceptional plant, 20 megawatt input capacity, thermal equivalent, and AquaGreen, for example, when it comes to sludges. So there are already there plants, integrated plants, which drying and pyrolysis section, which does not need any additional heat input because they recover enough heat to dry the drying process. And so it's just a matter of addressing this technological gap for other specific feedstock, validate the technology, and then we're ready to scale it up. Of course, biomethane would benefit of any available heat coming from the pyrolysis plant. So it's significant, particularly significant when it comes to biomethane plant, yes, because it will reduce the self-consumptions from the one end and improve the effectiveness of the conversion process. We had an emission point. This must be said because we still have a combustion of the permanent fraction, at least, of the pyrolysis gases. So we, along with the other chimney in a full-scale plant, we do had one chimney in this respect, and of course an additional flare for the pyrolysis unit, which can be distinct from the flare already installed in anaerobic digestion plant. We do research and we do activities in this area, and we validated this concept at a pilot scale, as many other people did, and we integrated this process into two plants. One already authorized in Tuscany for organic fractional municipal solid waste processing, 40,000 ton plus some green waste. A very nice plant which will be producing biomethane along with ammonium sulfate and biochar, because the concept behind that is the one you saw before. So back-end integration, slow pyrolysis operating on the drying stage of the digestate plus some green waste, and biochar being produced from that. Now, devil is in the details. And when it comes to Italy, the waste management regulation requires that pyrolysis gases are cleaned. That's the wording that the legislation uses before being combusted, which means, in our case, condensation, and thus removal of the condensable compounds in the pyrolysis gases before oxidation, full oxidation. Then you have heat recovery, and you drive the process and the drying stage with the recovery heat. This means that we generate also this condensate, and in this specific case, again, I told you that the possibility to valorize the aqueous fraction is there, but not at this scale. It's not validated at high TRL yet. So this is something we would really love to see some possibility in the forthcoming calls. A very nice thing to address at the research and validation level, at least. So in the specific project, the authorization requires that the cleaned pyrolysis gases are burnt, but the condensate is processed in a separate section of the wastewater treatment plant associated with the facility. The last example I will show you is about a smaller, definitely smaller case study in a highland, a remote island in Italy, in 8,000 inhabitants, very big variation of demand in terms of waste production between summer and winter, so 3-to-1 almost. So we need to adapt. We had to adapt a little bit the concept and leverage different kind of anaerobic digestion technologies. So of course, not our production clearly, but there are options there. And the concept is very similar, except that for the local conditions, we had to make a different use of the syngas generated from the pyrolysis gas cleaning. So in this specific case, this is used in a cogeneration section. And the plant is meant to operate on 1,000 tons of feedstock, organic fraction locally collected, which at present are conveyed to the mainland. And you have a list of potential options, but the base case is the production of the pyrolysis biochar. So coming to my conclusions, and I did not take too much time. Biochar, of course, enables to turn the biowaste digestate into stable and durable carbon-negative soil conditioner or other product, which can be incorporated in construction, manufacturing, and so on and so forth. We know that at least 50% of biogenic carbon content in the biomass is sequestered as biochar. We have a very nice technical option to address the PFAS contamination in the feedstock, which is very relevant for some substrate, waste included, many waste included, manure included, plenty of waste feedstock. If we start looking, as soon as we start looking thoroughly at this element, the presence of this element in what we process, we see that the number of feedstocks addressed will increase dramatically. There are several options to integrate these two plants, and sometimes regulatory constraint will require to compromise on plant configuration to abide to local regulation and legislations. We have the options of the back end along composting, so in parallel, decreases, of course, nitrogen emission, increasing composting speed and product value, of course, reducing cost. Added in the back end, instead of composting, we significantly reduce the civil works in the facility. We increase dramatically the value of the product, and we start looking at the possibility to generate carbon credits from that. When added to the front end, we can improve the CH4 yield as soon as we recirculate some of the organics, or we make use of the biochar as a booster for anaerobic digestion. And that's already mentioned. And yes, of course, there are some opportunities also for BECCS, given that we have our concentrated CO2 streams coming from our plant. So thank you very much for your attention. That's all from my side.
Andrea, are there questions from us here, or are there questions from people online? Okay, I don't see any. No, all right. So we can proceed now. with innovations in feedstock. That was the small little task I presented previously in our general concept. Found it okay. All right. Okay. So we have to start the. I will say a few words about the existing feedstock today. What is the research and innovation we have identified in this project, and some very general conclusions. And starting from the feedstock we have in Europe, according to the European Biogas Association, that is actually preparing really very nice reports taken from the data of their member states. We have seen that 69% of the biomethane produced, it is agriculture-based. It's from upgrading of the biomethane plants, agriculture-based biomethane plants. The second is the organic municipal waste with 11%, and the third feedstock type is the industrial waste. And if we want to see how the trend went back to from 2008, where biomethane started, it was mainly based on energy crops. It was energy maize at the time. So you see the gray color down below. And from 2017 and then there is a really clear trend towards agriculture-based biomethane production. This does not mean that actually monocrops have phased out. In Germany, it is still being used, but it means that new plants are being built in Italy, in Denmark, in France, that are using other types of agriculture. So the percentage of the energy maize is now diminishing, and it seems that is being phasing out as an average number. Now, if we try to see what are the feedstocks used in several European countries, this is a massive percentage figure. The first thing that strikes is that there is high variability of feedstock used per country. And in certain countries, there is a dominant feedstock type, such as, for instance, it doesn't, oh, no. Yeah, okay. I would to anyway, just in Bulgaria or Cyprus, that it is agriculture based, or in Norway, that it is sewage sludge. In this specific graph, there is a further division of the agricultural residues to agricultural residues per se, which is straw and rice husks, etc. But also there is a division with manure, sequential cropping, and energy crops. So it is now it can be seen that, for instance, in Denmark or in Hungary and Italy, most of the feedstock is produced by manure. And there is a small little part dealt with sequential cropping up there, which is now being starting. So that means that in every country there is a different blend of feedstock, which is fine because that really assures a sustainable supply of feedstock. What we tried to do in GreenMeUp project is to identify, according to our algorithms, what is the potential in Europe to produce biomethane. And we have seen that, that is the previous one. That's not the correct slide. No. Anyway, anyway, it's fine. It doesn't matter. So this is the potential feedstock this is the biomethane potential per feedstock in several countries. And we have seen that France, Germany, Spain, and Poland, France and Germany actually are leading the way, and then come Spain, Poland, Italy, and Ireland. The blue bar is manure. So the majority of biomethane produced is manure, and then follow the agricultural waste, and food waste, and then straw. Going down to the overall production of biomethane per feedstock type, we have seen that from manure, around 17.16 BCM can be produced. And the very same number almost can be produced by straw. But and the rest, something like 6 BCM per year, can be produced by the total food waste. As you see here in the graph, the majority in tonnage here in the tons comes from manure, whereas straw has a very small part. However, in the biomethane production, that is a completely different situation. That means because the total solids in the crops and the straw are much higher, 30%, 30 or 40%, compared to 3 to 4 up to 10% in the manure. So it is much more efficient to use crops for biomethane production instead of manure. And that is the reason that a lot of research is now forwarded to sequential cropping. I mean, using more crops, more crop material for biomethane instead of manure. Then that is the projection from the study, a Gas for Climate study in 2022. Just to show you here that the sequential cropping is expected to be something like 21% of the total resources, and is expected to grow up to almost 50%, 47% in 2050. So a lot of attention is now being paid on this sequential cropping system, and this is the main innovation part in feedstock development. And what is the sequential cropping? There are several systems that we have that are used mainly in agriculture, and now there is a consistent trend to use them also for biomethane production. Sequential cropping is to use 2, 3, or 4 crops in a sequence of time in the very same field. In the monocropping system, as you see here, there is only 1 crop per year. But in a circle of 2 crops, 2-year sequential cropping, we have 2 crops, the first and the second crop in the second year, and then that goes further on. The 3-year crop rotation includes 3 crops and on, and the 4-year crop rotation sequence of crops contains 4 crops that keep on going along the years. Other systems that also work are the mixed cropping, which means that one crop can be, all crops can be used at the very same time at the very same field. So this is the monoculture with a catch crop, 3 crops or 4 crops growing on the very same field. Apart from that, no. Now you have seen everything. All right. Apart from the sequential cropping, RNA is also placed on growing perennial grasses that started a very, very long time ago, and still research is ongoing. And then using marginal lands for feed remediation, they are available because they are not used for any other purpose. So they could be very easily be used for biogas production. There's a number of projects already finished or ongoing, and I'm pretty sure that more will come in the future. Going now to the biogas done right concept, that is the main source of this whole concept of sequential cropping. The concept is very clear. Instead of having the conventional agriculture with only one crop, one main crop, and the rest of the year the soil remains fallow until the second crop comes in the following year, there is this choice of having a second crop, and then have the soil covered for 12 months per year. According to the example that the CIB used, in the first case, the biomass available would be like 23 tons of dry matter, which actually it is the residues of the crops are used, whereas here it could be something like 30 tons of dry matter, which is the crop residues plus the additional crops that are grown. This issue, if it also works together with the fertigation, using the digestate, the liquid or solid for the fertilization of the fields, that could give a boost, a further boost for biomass production, because it will assure the extra nitrogen and water requirements of the second cultivation, of the second crop within the field. In the Bikul project that started something like 10 years ago or so, we started with another cropping system. We have the basic, the first scenario, maize, wheat and maize, and then several scenarios of crop rotation using crops, sun hemp, fiber sorghum, kenaf, and hemp within the rotation cycle. And we have seen as a very general results that the wheat and maize grains remain unaffected, so this second crop did not use all the nutrients of the soils, did not affect at all the yields of the grains of the food crops. However, the biomass yields, as you see here, this is the conventional agriculture, and the rest of scenarios were twice or even thrice higher because of the introduction of these new crops. And that is a scenario that we have worked out in the biomethane industry platform, as Maria presented in the first. It was in the task 3 where we talked about innovations in crop rotations. That is the case in the Atlantic area. I will show you later where it is. So this is the conventional type, and those are examples of crop rotations. In green, it is in blue, it is the food crops. The orange color represents the crops grown for biogas, cover crops, and nitrogen fixing crops like legumes that are used also for food. So several scenarios. And according to the availability of land that could be used for crop rotations, and the crop rotations assumed, two crops in a 2-year crop rotations, there were calculations, estimation of how much biomass could be produced and what would be the biomethane potential out of it. So that was an exercise for the whole Europe, for each European region, and I will go like that. This is the Atlantic environmental region. This is the boreal, the continental, which is most of the European areas, and this is the Mediterranean countries. And based on that, we have identified that around 44 to 46 BCM could be produced if such crop rotations are really in place in a larger scale. And that estimation is not far away from other estimations made by other studies, 40, 46, and so on. And we believe that this is feasible. If this is organized, it can be feasible. Another scheme that we have used is mixed crops. There we used in the very same field 2 different crops, sorghum, pigeon pea or sorghum and sun hemp. That is in Icarus project, that's for aviation fuels, but the very same concept could be grown also for biomethane. And then we can harvest both crops together, and we can play with a mixture so that the final sample that we have in hands fulfill the needs of each technology. if sorghum could be in bigger percentages or not. Advantages, disadvantages, I will not go into this. The only thing I want to say is, apart from the total biomass production, we could have enhanced soil fertility and soil health. However, there are issues that have to be taken into account. First of all, the farms have to be much better organized, and farmer skills as well, because we are talking about many crops, not only one. And sometimes it can be that additional agricultural machinery has to be included because there are 2 different crops or 3 different crops. And farmers may be unfamiliar with all the range of crops that we'll have to deal with, or they will not have, let's say, the flexibility they have now to select the crops they grow, because they have to follow the sequence of cropping. In the other slide I had in mind, no, it's fine. I have added also digestate. Digestate is a really is seen lately as an alternative feedstock. There are cases that it cannot be used for fertilizer. I mean, in areas where there is surplus of nitrogen, or if biogas plants are in urban areas very far away from the fields. In such cases, this extra amounts could be further used for biomethane, for producing biomethane, and that was a concept from the High Fuel Up project, that is used dried digestate back in the cycle, and to produce with gasification, if I remember well, produce extra biomethane. So some conclusions: there is a clear trend for agricultural residues, and gasification is expected to come later on by 2030 to 2050, and that will really give access to a wide variety of feedstock, because gasification could also give us access to lignocellulosic fuels. There is a high variation of feedstock and technologies. We have to mobilize whatever research stream we have, waste stream we have so far, in order to be able to use, to have sufficient and secure feedstock supply chains. R&I needs are on technologies and on feedstocks goes for sequential cropping and marginal lands. And then we definitely need processes like the gasification, as I said before, to enable a wider range of feedstocks. So with that, I think that was the last presentation, the last slide. No, like that. There is no, because they did the wrong PowerPoint. Thank you for that. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to reply. If not, then we can move very, very fast to the technology providers that we have online. No, we have Federico Carpa in presence, representing the ABE Gruppo. So, Federico, nice to have you, and the floor is yours.
Do you have the remote for the slide? Oh, thank you. Thank you. No problem. Yeah, I'm tall, so I barely fit into the screen, but good morning to everyone. My name is Federico. I'm really happy to be here. Today, I would like to show you a little bit of the technology that a big group can deploy and can provide to help increase the uptake of biomethane. Yes, let me see if that's working. Yes. Okay. Okay, I did it. So first, I would like to spend a few words about my company, Group AB. We have been active for more than 40 years in different sectors. The first one was combined heat and power plant, both into biogas and from natural gas. And now we are focusing more and more into biogas to biomethane plants, emission treatment systems, and many, many different technologies. The things I would like to share with you is that we are technology providers, so we build the plants, we provide technologies, we provide services, and we work with companies that want to decarbonize and to improve their competitiveness. We are, let's say, these numbers could be updated. Now we are closer to 1,400 people with more than 400 engineers working. All of our plants are designed in-house, built in-house. We are present all over the world, mainly everywhere in Europe, also North, Central, and South America, and also in the Far East now with Australia and Singapore. In each and every country where we are present, we have a subsidiary which is, let's say, very busy into sales and service of our plants. While all the plants that we manufacture are built in Orzinuovi, which is a small town near Brescia, north part of Italy. We have more than 40,000 square meters of workshop, and all the different plants are designed, manufactured here. We typically provided containerized solutions. So we build the plant containerized, we built it inside the workshop, we test it, and then we ship it on site. And yeah, this is the typical operational area that we face. We are not into the biogas generation technology, so we don't do aerobic digestion plants, whatever may be needed. Just give us the gas to the flange, and we do what's downstream. So we can take care of pretreatment, dehumidification, filtration, upgrading, combined heat and power plant, which are still a useful tool for this kind of plants. We can treat the produced biomethane to whatever pressure and temperature condition, including liquefied biomethane. We have a fleet of like 15 liquid biomethane plants running, which is really remarkable in the European context. Very small scale solutions, of course, but that's what we do. We also have a technology for the CO2 liquefaction and purification to food grade. This is what we do, basically. And we are very proud of this approach that we can take the whole chain, because it has some very important advantages in our opinion. First and foremost, you can centralize and rationalize all the auxiliaries, because we provide all the technologies, so we can make sure that you have what you need and not more, and you don't have, let's say, not perfect match of the different scope of supply. So we take care of everything, so you will make sure that there is no finger pointing at the interfaces. And also we can, let's say, minimize the risk of interfacing non-native compatible technologies. And also we have a complete control of all the times and cost of the production process and the delivery process. So we can be very sure to meet the deadlines, because when we deliver the whole scope of supply, we have complete control. And this has proven to be a very key feature in developing projects now, especially for different contexts. Like in Italy, we have a very strong deadline for the subsidies, and so all the people have to be really careful to meet that deadline, and we can guarantee that. We'll switch to the technology, which is what I'm here for. So biogas upgrading, we can break it down into two main, let's say, processes. The first one is the so-called pretreatment. Basically, you treat biogas in order to remove all the different pollutants that you may have, which are basically water, the first one. Then you may have ammonia, you may have volatile organic compounds, you may have siloxanes, especially in landfill gases. Siloxanes are a big problem. Then you have hydrogen sulfide, sulfur in general. So this is the pretreatment. Then comes the upgrading technology, which is the CO2 separation from methane, the real, let's say, the core upgrading. And we do that with membrane technologies, which is, let's say, the most widespread solution. And we are very convinced now that it has an edge on other technologies for many applications. Yeah, I will not stress this too much. This is the BioChange, which is our commercial name for the biogas upgrading solution. We have a very wide range of solutions that we can commercialize, from, let's say, 50 to 1,500 normal cubic meters of biogas, which is the range which we can cover with a single unit, like a single compressor or single membrane module. Then, of course, we can provide tailorized solution for even larger sizes. Then, of course, the membranes get a bit less efficient, because they scale in a linear way. But of course, we also have taken successfully project up to 4,000 normal cubic meters of biogas with these technologies, being competitive on the market. This technology is, let's say, omnicomprehensive, so it does the upgrading, the pretreatment system, the upgrading system, biogas compression. It's all under the commercial name of biochange. And when you buy a biochange, you can make sure that from the biogas you will inject this biomethane into the grid or to whatever need you may have for your biomethane. We have many different benefits. I would like just to stress that this is a containerized solution. So we want to reduce as max the stress on the burden on the client or the operator of the plant. So you just have to give us the civil works, the groundings, and we will just ship the container, put it in place, connect it. It is like plug and play, very easy. We want to minimize the operation in field because they are expensive. Many things may go wrong. It's much more easier to always pre-test everything in our workshop and just send a solution which is ready to go. We said that this is a sustainable solution because we have worked a lot into making consumption very low and also the recovery of methane very high. And also we have some, let's say, side solution which can help to boost the sustainability, which is also carbon intensity, let's say, of our solution. I say sustainability because, yeah, you know, I'm from Italy. In Italy, sustainability is a keyword, but carbon intensity is a bit of better word to describe what's the main advantage. All of our solutions have remote control capabilities, so we can connect to the plants and help also the operators to optimize the plant and to solve the potential issue that may arise. The side technologies that we can provide, of course, you have biomethane, but you may want to produce liquid biomethane. There was a big push a couple of years ago for this and realized they have more than 15 running plants in Italy and in Europe. This is the challenge, commercial name for our liquefaction plant. Also, in this case, you can see a containerized solution made of different containers because it's a bit less space effective than biomethane upgrading. This is able to generate liquid biomethane at minus 145 degrees Celsius, compliant for vehicle use, and we have been producing a lot of biomethane in Italy, and that is currently being shipped around Europe to reach countries where this kind of fuel is more needed, let's say, more valued. Other side technologies that we have is the regenerative thermal oxidizer, or RTO, and this is again a tool which may help boost the carbon, to reduce the carbon intensity of the produced fuel, because of course you know that every technology that you may consider for biomethane upgrading has not 100% efficiency in terms of methane recovery. You always have a methane slip, which is very low. In our case, is less than 0.5%, so 99.5%, sorry, methane recovery. But of course, you can use this technology to oxidize the methane, which goes out with the off gas, to CO2, because we know that methane has a very high GWP. So if you can oxidize to CO2, you may even boost more your carbon reduction associated to the biomethane that you produce. And this is crucial in some countries. For example, in Italy, there is a target for the CO2 emission equivalent associated to biomethane production, and this may help to reach that threshold. In other countries, like in Germany, the carbon intensity is inversely proportional to the incentives that you receive for the production for your biomethane. So this may be really helpful to help new projects happen. Last side technology I want to present is the Discovery, commercial name for CO2 recovery plant. This is able to produce liquid CO2 ready to be shipped to food grade quality if needed. Not many projects ongoing now, to be honest, but we have technology, we can provide it. We are very convinced that this will become a business in the future for, let's say, emission offsetting, because the infrastructure for carbon sequestration are just being realized now, and they'll be operational in the next years. And capturing CO2 from biogas, it's easy, way more easier than capturing that from flue gases. So we we are convinced that this may represent a very good additional business for biogas operator into the future. Last but not least, the Ecomax, our combined heat and power solution. This was our bread and butter for, let's say, 30 years. It was our go-to product. And it's still a very useful tool because many projects need to generate their own electricity because they may be off-grid, because it may be cheaper to generate electricity from biogas than to buy the electricity. You always need thermal power for the anaerobic digestion part. And again, in terms of sustainability, this may be helpful because, for example, in Italy, you are forced to produce the power that you use with your aggregating system in a sustainable way. You may add PV, but you know PV is not there every day, all around the year. So this kind of system may help you to produce the energy that you need to sustain the other processes. We have this solution which can burn biogas, natural gas, both of them blending, so very flexible to help again operators to reduce their operational costs and meet their targets. This is how one of our plants may look like. Of course, this is just a rendering, but you can see that we have the scrubbers, which are there in order to reduce ammonia and hydrogen sulfide, of course, gross removal. You always need filtration on activated carbons, and this here is the pretreatment skid with dehumidification and then the active carbons. Then you have compression, membrane module, you may have an RTO, you may have a compressor for reaching the grid pressure, and then you can have also the combined heat and power system to sustain all the different consumption. Again, we are very proud of our service organization, which is really branched and can reach all of our plants. And we usually start our relationship with the client when we sell the first plant, because usually what we want to do is to keep that bond and provide also service maintenance to our plants, very important for us, and also a very important added value because we can guarantee availability for our plants with available parts, and it's very, very important for us, and we can provide a really good service into this respect. So thank you for listening, and please, if you have any question, I'm here to answer.
Thank you so much, Federico. Yes, please. Use the microphone, otherwise people attending online cannot hear you.
Thanks for the nice presentation, Kyria Kosmaniatis. Do you have an experience with the liquefied biomethane in shipping applications, in maritime applications?
Thank you for the question. Not really, not that I know, because basically we just stop to the production of biomethane, of liquid biomethane. So we sell the plants, we make sure that it is compliant to the European standards, but we don't have any experience in the use then. I'm not sure that it's not used. It's possible that it's already in use into the maritime sector, but we don't know. I don't expect any issue because from the point of view of quality, it's an extremely clean fuel, because I like to say it's like Parmesan cheese. If it's not really clean, you will have problem in the plants. So for sure, it's a really high quality fuel. The only problem may be temperature, because of course, getting very low temperature, it's easier in very large plants. Okay, the one doing like 100 case of tons per year of liquid biomethane. In small plants, you just go to the temperature that you need for the supply chain that you have. If you're supplying a neighboring filling station, you just go minus 140 maybe. We can reach minus 145, minus 150, okay? Going to minus 160, which is the typical LNG terminal temperature, is a bit more expensive, let's say. It's not a technical problem. It's just that with that scale, very small scale, it's more expensive. It doesn't make usually sense. You just go there if you need that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, please.
Thank you for this excellent presentation.
Thank you.
I'm wondering about, I am Maria Georgiadou from the European Commission. I wonder what is the price of the ending biomethane compared to the natural gas?
Yeah.
I mean, I see a lot of processing and addition of.
Yeah, indeed, it's higher. It's higher. Let's say that in Italy we have a feed-in tariff which is around €1, €1.1, and this covers all the costs and also has a good, let's say, payback to the operators. Then also the price of the gas has been really up and down the last years. We are around, let's say, €0.6 per normal cubic meter now, maybe a bit less. So it's not double, but kind of. So subsidies are needed. Without subsidies, no one is making any investment now. In Italy, we have very good supporting scheme, which is reducing the risks. So many plans are happening now. There are other countries where, as you know very well, this is not happening because subsidies are lacking. But we expect let's say, this gap to be reduced during time, because of course now plants are being built, then they will be paid back. So we expect the cost to be reduced.
And the other thing, all these material, the components that you use are coming from domestic producers, from other places?
Okay. Yeah, we're packagers, so basically we buy different components and we assemble the overall plants. The vast majority of components comes from within the EU community. We also have a very strong, let's say, local network of suppliers. We tend to have, let's say, long relationship with our historical suppliers. But yeah, we don't buy many things outside of Europe. So I would say that 95% is domestic, not Italian, but yeah, domestic.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So now time for Katia Lyons from Biogest. Katia, are you online?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Katia is attending us from Australia, so you have the floor.
Okay, am I able to share? Let me check for a second.
To share, Katia.
Can you open up for sharing for me? I think it's restricted.
Are you able to share? Do you see the button for sharing?
Yeah, I see it, but it says only meeting organizers.
Okay, so I can share for you if you want.
Okay, then let me see how I can do this then. Because I cannot see your screen. There's a technical challenge here. Okay.
A bit.
Okay, good. So good afternoon, everybody. Is this now, can you put it on screen again? Not
Yeah, just 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, here we are.
Okay. Good, because I had modified it a little bit, but it's okay. I'll improvise here. Good afternoon. My name is Katia Lyons. I represent Biogest and also the Bioenergy Group from Australia today. Next, please. So just short about Biogest. Biogest is European turnkey technology provider with many offices in Europe and also headquartered in Vienna and in other cities in Europe. We have successfully made projects now over 220 projects all over the world in more than 20 countries. Probably about 100 people working for Biogest. We come in with 30 years of experience. We come initially from the wastewater treatment sector and are concentrating on biogas and biomethane projects since about 15 years. We have strong technology partners all over Europe for upgrading technology. And now we are also getting in touch the first time with the SAF technology with our Australian partner, which is the Bioenergy Group that I represent as well. We're based in Queensland, Brisbane. Next, please. So Bioenergy Group is a developer company, and they have more than 15 years of IP from the former Utilitas Group, which Bioenergy Group represents the financial arm of Utilitas Group. And Utilitas Group has conducted more than 100 feasibility studies in the last 15 years all over Australia about feedstock assessment and biogas projects. So biogas is still more in the kindershoes in Australia, but it has gained a lot of attention only in the last 2 years. And and Bioenergy Group has now taken up the late Utilitas Group CEOs of Fiona Waterhouse, who sadly passed away a few years ago. And they're converting the ex-council's huge treatment plant in Bundaberg, which is next to the Bundaberg distillery and Bundaberg sugar mill at the coast of just north of Brisbane. It is located in Queensland, Australia. And we're using this site to build our first SAF plant. And we are partnering, we have partnered, so Bioenergy Group and Biogest, they have created a joint venture last year. It's also called BAP, Biogest Asia Pacific. So we have strong partners from the EU with Biogest, also Pentair, but also with the GTL technology coming from the US with EFT. Next, please. So what do we do with Bioenergy? What do we do? We are building circular economies. Our projects are very, we try to transform agricultural residues into renewable energy and biofertilizer through the ADS core technology. In Australia, we still use around 40.1 BCM of natural gas is consumed in Australia. 58 trillion liters of fossil liquid fuels used annually, and our opportunity is to create strong commodities with biomethane and biogenic CO2 to produce sustainable aviation fuel and renewable diesel to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors. And we integrate, so our circular model is really a strong integration of regenerative farming as from the front, then the AD as core technology, and then the GTL technology with autothermal reformer, steam methane reformer, and the gas to liquid with Fischer-Tropsch synthesis. And our output is biomethane, biogenic CO2 for SAF and R&D, and the organic fertilizer that gets returned to the farmland that we own as Bioenergy Group, or some certain selected projects are under contracted farming. And it is important to say that 90% of the liquid fuels are still currently imported in Australia, so there's a major fuel security risk and enough feedstock. It is for 23% of the gas market could be with biomethane by 2030. Next, please. So our first project is the Bundaberg project. We are in demolition. Next slide, please. We're in week 19. So this is the old, on the left, the old wastewater treatment plant that was decommissioned already many years ago. And It's been 19 weeks now, and we're going to build and start constructing very soon with our technology partner Biogest. Next slide, please. Partners, as I mentioned, Biogest and Pentair, then Midnight and EFT for the GTL, for the gas to liquid, and the FT synthesis process, and then our strong off-take partner for CO2 for food grade, food and beverage grade CO2 is BOC Linde. And then we have engineering partners, EPC for Eneroc and Black & Veatch, and also work strongly with Australian University, just to name Griffith University, and also with strong carbon partners like Carbon IQ, which will be also supporting us with the certification of soil carbon projects. Next, please. So we have a very aggressive pipeline in Australia. Just as I mentioned, Q4 26, latest Q1 27, we will be in production with 100 barrels of SAF per day, just for the Bundaberg project. And then there are projects coming up in the Roma region, Gladstone region, Emerald region. So just back, please. So Biogest, this project in Bundaberg will be the first biggest project that Biogest will ever take on now, with 3 power rings. So the strongest reactor design that Biogest has. It will be 3 of the large ones, so 2-stage mesophilic reactors. Next, please. And we will use, just for the Bundaberg project, we will also use Pentair as a strategic partner, because it's also, they're highly recommended and highly reviewed by our offtake partner in terms of the specification for the food grade biogenic CO2. The thing is that the biogenic CO2 for food market and food and beverage industries is going to be satisfied with the second project that we undertake, and then the future use will be to use the to use the CO2 as part and reintegrate it to achieve a cascading effect to produce more SAF within the GTL technology, and also with the addition of hydrogen. Next, please. So just to see our process flow chart of our circular economy, we're owning farms, we're creating regenerative agriculture with intercropping. So it was already mentioned by Messini today, with intercropping, sequential cropping, cover crops, 365 days a year. We avoid fallow periods. So we're giving conventional farmers an opportunity to transition into organic farming and to create also new revenues from other cash crops. So in the off season, we produce also food crops. So there will always be a net increase of food production. We see the chance in rehabilitating land and also using marginal land more in the periphery, where we can address this food versus fuel debate very well, and can see that we actually can produce simultaneously food and energy crops. So we have a strong certification partner with Green Power as well, and just managed to change the relaxation there with the threshold of energy crops, because if it's done in the right way, then there shouldn't be a cap on how much % of energy crops should be used, unless you can showcase and demonstrate that you're doing that you benefit, that you're doing a benefit to the soil, and that you're creating land productivity overall. And yes, so we create then the biogas, we upgrade it just for the Bundaberg project. We separate the CO2 and that goes to food and beverage industry. Then we also produce behind the meter green electrons. So we're producing our own parasitic load as well, which makes us, with all the bundling of all these activities, turns our project into an actual carbon sink project. Yeah, and then the biomethane gets sent into the gas to liquid plant. And then we add autothermal reformer and steam methane reformer. We have different options there also to, in the future, to use introduce the CO2 there as well. So it depends on the configuration of the project, what commodity we can also reuse in order to produce an increased efficiency of the SAF production. And just by changing the catalyst, we can also fractionate and produce a renewable diesel. And the renewable diesel serves us then also for decarbonizing our own farming activities, especially for feedstock transport, and then also the transport from the digestate that goes back to the farm. Next, please. So I've almost summarized this here, but just to see this bundle of activities, yeah, feedstock system has also been mentioned again. So we need to get the CN ratio right of our feedstock blend. We are not doing monocultivation, so this is very important to say that this is really creating biodiversity with different crops, different companion crops, more than 4 species grown within 1 year, with more improvement and more rotations. So food crops in the winter season, energy crops mixed with legume-based nitrogen fixating crops in the summer season that can completely cover the annual feedstock volume that is needed. And then we have the net increase of food production in the off season, in the winter season. Yeah, and the outcome is resilient biomass supply with soil carbon sequestration potential. And this is this. So all these projects and farms are going to be certified under this carbon sequestration programs. Then the AD is the core technology, as we know. So it's the input is a mix of silage, but also we are using the straw residues from the food crops, and then we pelletize that, and then it will be a blend of silage and pellets. Then we have the biocomplete gas upgrading with pent air here, so liquid CO2 for food, and then also in other projects reutilised for e-fuels with the GTL. Next, please. And in the gas to liquid, in the GTL plant, yeah, what we produce are tailored final product blends, which are drop-in fuels, which are compliant with the ASTM standards for SAF and for RD. So no zero aromatics, zero sulfur toxicity, and 100% biodegradable. And as I mentioned, the CHP, so we're producing our own green electrons for also our internal power, heat, and also cooling. So it's probably going to be more cooling in Australia with the climate here. And then the carbon intensity score is also very, very interesting, that we can actually achieve just for that first project up to minus 257 grams CO2 equivalent per megajoule. So compared to the normal fossil kerosene, which is plus 73.5. So this is quite outstanding. Next, please. And yeah, I talked already about the food versus fuel debate and our regenerative agriculture approach. So it's really trying to create an agricultural revolution here at the same time while we're producing energy. And this is something that is, in my opinion, the most game-changing piece of it, because producing energy, it's okay. But if we can really give the farmers a direction in order to really create healthy and nutrient dense food at the same time, the whole game becomes more holistic, and this is really this is legacy that stands. Next,
Can
please.
you yes, can you proceed with a little bit faster, because we are a bit late. Yeah, thank you.
I'm done now. Okay, next, please. I think this was almost the last slide. Just the opportunities, job creation here, cash fallow crops, everything mentioned already. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Katja. Our questions to Maria, please, the microphone.
Thank you, Maria Georgiadou from the European Commission. It was a quite comprehensive way to go to many products on this biomethane. But I'm wondering, you are using crops, and then at the end, GTL to produce, to reform the biomethane to produce SAF. How does this compare in terms of energy efficiency and cost with a BTL, or even from syngas to methanol to jet? I find this reforming a bit cost counterproductive or energy efficiency cover, but better to listen from you. Thank you.
The thing is that our GTL partner EFD from the US has mastered to create a gas to liquid technology with the Fischer-Tropsch synthesis on a very small scale, which is still very economical viable and not as energy intensive as you would think. So even if you would have 40% of energy going into there to produce the product, but the thing is that if from the beginning on with the strong carbon sink that we can create just from the cultivation of the cover crops, and then with the AD, and then having the CO2 also captured and recovered, it at the end the numbers say that it just makes sense. And we need so many different technologies to produce stuff. The European Union alone has the mandates, and if we want to have these goals, we need to produce it, and we will not be able to produce SAF just with the waste streams that we have heard also in presentations, everything alone, because it will not cover the calorific value that is needed if we want to produce these amounts and millions of liters of SAF that the whole world is trying to achieve. So we can only do it with agriculture, and that's why it's so important that we focus on the right way of cultivating.
Thank you, Katja. Thank you a lot.
You.
And now we can proceed to the next speaker, Peter Kemming, to present Bright Renewables. Peter, are you online?
Yes, I'm online. Thank you very much for
Lovely.
introducing me, and thank you, Katja, for your interesting presentation. Maybe good to introduce myself and introduce Bright Renewables. My name is Peter Kemming, and I work for Bright Renewables in the sales department for the Netherlands and Northern Germany. And me is asked to take you on a tour towards our technologies we provide in the field of biomethane production, and explain you something about, hey, what are we doing as firm? What's our philosophy, and how does this contribute to bringing the energy transition from the position right now to the future, to a future position, and then focused on biomethane production and also liquid CO2 production. Yes. If you then take a look, hey, which topics I will cover in this presentation for today. First, I will tell you a bit more about Bright and the sister companies of Bright, where we are part of. Then secondly, we will focus on Bright Biomethane. It's the part of the core of our firm, which works on developing, producing, and also servicing bright upgrading equipment. Then, as last, we will focus on the add-on for our upgrading equipment, the CO2 liquefaction part, which is becoming increasingly more important nowadays because, from our vision, from the upgrade, it's the easiest way to reduce carbon emissions by taking the CO2 from the upgrading process and bringing this to a liquefier, liquefy this, and make it somewhere useful. Towards our firm, Bright Renewables. Bright Renewables is one of the firms of the host group. We are located in Enschede, the Netherlands, and we are a family-owned group of firms. One of this is Bright, and within Bright we build standardized upgrading and CO2 liquefaction systems. The other firms within our host group, which are related to biomethane, let's keep it with that, is first Host Biogas, which builds biogas plants which are located upstream of our equipment. And the other firm which is related to us is our partner or sister company which builds our plants. That's Install Solutions, and they build our plants in our factory in Poland. Taking a look to Bright, we as Bright are a group of a technology-oriented firm with 200 employees last year, and within the group we are over 550 employees. Currently we have 250 systems worldwide running and strongly growing. So for your ID, last year we added around 40 to 50 systems to our portfolio, and we see this trend in Europe, but also in North America, South America, strongly growing because of the switch to biomethane instead of fossil fuels. Location-wise, we as Bright, as already said, have our headquarters in the Netherlands, close to the University of Twente. And together with our headquarters, we have local offices in France, Latvia, and the USA. Then, to give you some perspective, where is Bright located in the value chain of biogas? The equipment of Bright is always installed behind a digestion plant, and that can be of our sister company Host Biogas, but it can also be from other digestion providers who already have a plant somewhere, or a client is currently running with CHPs, wants to switch to biomethane, then we can easily connect and insert our upgrading and CO2 liquefaction system. Before we go to the technology, I want to stress out that besides that selling equipment is one, for us it's of hugely importance that our equipment is running and keeps running well. And for this we have a really strong focus on our service and maintenance department. And in our department we look really strong, hey, how can we look in our system so that we can prevent the systems breakdown and that we are at a client before systems break down. By this, we make sure that our plants have a really high uptime and that we have to go as less as possible on site and have to interrupt the process as less as possible. Then taking a step towards our technology part. First, Bright Biomethane, so our upgraders. What we have as Bright Renewables, we have developed standardized upgrading equipment in containers ranging from 200 nanocubes an hour until 5,000 nanocubes an hour of biogas processing. We have the best in class of efficiency and ROE, and we continuously improve our systems together with our R&D department. Besides this, our offerings besides upgrading are really complementary. So we sell upgrading equipment, but also the auxiliaries which plug into that, as CO2 liquefaction, CNG systems, bio-LNG systems, so that you have a one-stop supplier where you can buy all your equipment and prevent with this that you get, if you have multiple suppliers, you have most often the problems that the connections between both and the guaranteed values between both differ and lead to trouble. To have this in one hand prevents these kind of issues. As already said, we seamlessly integrate with all kind of digesting providers, and our equipment is suitable for all climates and countries. To give you a perspective, we have built our first liquefaction plant in Sweden, but also are building a couple of big projects in Spain. So it doesn't matter if we build if it's hot or cold, our systems can adapt to that. Then taking a look to the process of biogas upgrading. So if you upgrade biogas from anaerobic digestion, you will always have a wet gas which contains H2S's, VOCs and other impurities. So that's why we first take this biogas, we pre-treat it, so we cool it down, remove the moisture, and afterwards we put it through active carbon to remove H2S's, VOCs. After the filtration stage at active carbon, we will compress it to 13 to 16 bars, and after compression we will split the gas stream. In one hand a methane stream which we can inject into the grid, and in the other hand we can split it towards a CO2 stream, and this CO2 stream can be fed towards a CO2 liquefier so that it can be recovered, and by this we can have in the end, if you have both installations, 100% methane recovery and and you have a negative carbon intensity score, which makes, I think, this combination for the track to net zero, I think, a really nice contribution. Then, what kind of systems do we build? We as Bright have 4 standardized ranges of upgrading solutions. So we have our compact range, which runs from 200 to 700 normal cubes of biogas. With this, all the membranes and compressors are integrated into one container. So it's really compact, easy to build up. Then we have the medium layout. That's the layout which is following that. So between 750 and 1500. Still really compact, but a bit bigger. And then we have our larger sizes. And then I will focus on the last one because that's the one we've added to our portfolio recently and which we are also really proud of. So what we've did in the last year, we've developed together with our supplier Evonik our Supra upgrading system, and this upgrading system is suitable of upgrading biogas up to 3,500 normal cubes into one single line, and by this we get more capacity and more. We have a better price value position for upgrading biogas at large volumes. And I think to push the business cases here, it's really good that also at the bigger end the biogas gets more attractive, and with these larger membranes of Evonik we are capable of supporting the industry with this. Then some last advantages to top up. As already seen, we build our systems completely containerized and standardized. By this, we can easily scale up and have a really modular design. We have maybe to highlight some points because I already see that my time is running a bit out. So let's highlight some points here. The advantages of a membrane system is that we have almost no consumables. So we only use electricity and you use a bit of active carbon. And from this electricity, you can recover almost half of the heat, half of the energy in form of heat. And this heat you can use to heat up, for instance, your digester. And with this, you see a lot of plants running without external heat. So you only have your upgrader air digestion plant, and you further don't need external heat to heat up your digesters. And I think that's really a big benefit. Then to our last part of the technology, and that's also one of our newest developments. It's the CO2 liquefaction part. So what we do when we take the CO2 from our upgrading plant, we make it really clean, we compress it, we dry it, and then we strip it cryogenically to create a pure food grade stream of liquid CO2, which we can then in fact sell on to horticulture, greenhouses, etc. And the nice thing about this process is that we liquefy CO2 with CO2 as refrigerant. And that sounds maybe weird, but we're not using freon or ammonia to cool, but we cool actually with the same substance what we liquefy. Then when we move on a bit on our product ranges, so we have a really broad range of CO2 liquefiers ranging from 300 kilograms on the small end up till even 8,000 kilograms on the big end. But for biomethane production, I think up to 4,000 is reasonable to use. And the last one, the biggest one, the Grand, we most often use only with flue gas cleaning. So when we clean flue gas and want to liquefy these streams. This I'm mostly already told to speed up the process a bit. Yes. Then some case studies, because from our perspective, it's really nice to have a nice pitch, but what has been done in practice can be done again. And that's, I think, the most important thing. So that's why I will shortly highlight 3 examples of our installation up and running. And then afterwards, I will close off with the question round. The first one is a upgrading and CO2 liquefaction plant installed at a wastewater treatment plant here in the Netherlands. There we upgrade 1400 normal cubes of biogas, and besides this we liquefy also the CO2 stream which comes out of this, and combined you have then around 100% methane recovery, so you don't lose methane, you recover all your CO2 and you sell the CO2 on. So you have in fact 1 stream in biogas and 2 streams out, so biomethane to the grid, liquid CO2 in the storage tank. Then on the bigger end, it's really close by here, just in Germany, we've built a upgrading and CO2 liquefaction plant behind a manure digestion facility. So these are 3 farmers which collaborate together and digest 100% manure in their digesters, and with that they have a production of 1900 normal cubes of biogas, which they upgrade in our system. And besides that, they also take out the CO2, and the CO2 is also liquefied so that they have no methane loss and the best CI score possible for their plant. And then the latter, we end up with small cases, also in Germany, the middle of Germany, where we upgrade 700 normal cubes of biogas coming from a mixed agricultural and industrial waste plant. And here we also liquefy the CO2, and this CO2 is then sold on to greenhouses, and I think even also to the food industry here, but I'm not completely sure. So that I'm through. I've speeded it a bit up, so I hope it was properly followable for everyone, and I look forward to all your questions in the public. I can't hear something from there, but now I can hear you. So perfect.
A short question, maybe, Maria. Maria first.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask you, these membranes that you use for the separation, what is their life expectancy? And secondly, where do you buy them from?
The life expectancy of these membranes are actually as long as the plant lasts, as long as you pre-treat the gas well. So if you keep your gas clean due to that you keep your active carbon vessels up to date and that there is no impurity slipping through, membranes will last mostly the lifespan of the plant. In case membranes degrade a bit, you can say, hey, you don't have to throw them away, but there's always space for 1 or 2 membranes extra to get the production at 100% again after, for instance, 15 years or so. If you say, hey, we have we lose a bit of capacity, you'll add 1 or 2 membranes and then you're up and running again. And secondly, these membranes are of Evonik, so you could also see this in the slides. So these new 11-inch membranes are a development of Evonik. And in general, we use membranes of Evonik, which is one of the leading suppliers for membranes.
Thank you.
All right. And we have a question from people online. Ramakrishna. Hello, welcome.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Peter. I was just wondering if any work has been done on methane liquefaction.
We as Bright have done work on methane liquefaction, just like of our colleagues of AB. So we are building one bio LNG plant in Poland right now. So that's happening. Only we see that in Europe, as long as you have a grid connection, bio LNG to produce it locally is not attractive, as it's way more attractive to do this on a really large scale. And that's what's happening. So you have really a lot of centralized liquefiers and not a lot of decentralized bioenergy production.
All right.
Does
Thank you very much.
answer your question?
Thank you very much. We have no time. So I invite the next speaker, Bruno Matthews from Dranko. He's online as well to present us the work of Dranko. Please be very as short as possible because we really run out of time. Apologies for that.
Okay, I will try to do so. Do you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. And you can see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'll fly through it then. I'm Bruno Matthews from the company Dranko. I'm based in Ghent in Belgium. I think Ghent is one of the nicest towns in the world, so you can always come to visit it. The history of the company, very briefly, we started in the 80s by imitating what happens in a landfill and trying to make that more efficient. Then we grew and we were acquired in 2023 by Indaver, which is a big Belgian group concerning treatment of waste. So our main office is in Belgium and Ghent, but we also have some offices in the States and in Germany. Our technology looks like this. So we will always have a pre-treatment because we are focusing mainly on household waste organics, so source separated bio waste or mixed waste. So that will always require a pre-treatment. Reducing the size, removing some impurities, etc. After the pretreatment, we will send 1 ton of fresh material to our mixing unit, where we will mix it with 6 tons of digested residue. We will mix it, send it through our feeding tubes to the top of the digester, where it sinks out, floats down, falls out, sinks down by gravity, and the majority we will remix it with fresh substrates, and a part will go away as digestate, and the gas flows naturally to our gas storage. This is another image of how our digester looks. The most important thing is that there are no moving parts on the inside, so we never have to open our digester for maintenance and repair. Like I said, we focus on household waste organics. Most of our references are in Europe, especially these ones on bio-waste and source-separated organics. You can see all our references here, most of them in Europe, some in Asia, Japan, South Korea, and China. We also have plants working on mixed waste, so on the organic fraction of municipal solid waste. And you can see our references here, all of them for now in Europe. And it's on this mixed waste, organic fraction of mixed waste, that I would like to say a few words about, because we also have another technology which is called SORDICEP. It comes from sorting, digestion, and separation. And it's actually a technology for post-treating the digestate after the digestion does, where we want to wash the digestate and to sort out light fraction and inert fraction in order to create a biomass, a cake that is very clean and that can be composted. So if we have mixed waste, municipal solid waste, we will apply a dry sorting like we usually do. We sort out RDF, metals, refuse. Then with the organic fraction, we go to digestion. We make biogas and then maybe biomethane or whatever. After this, the digestate goes to our wet separation part, where we will sort out the inerts, which can be reused, for example, in road construction, and the light fraction, which can be sent to incineration. And after this process, we have a cake, which we can send to composting, and in the end, we create a compost. You can have a look at this slide. It's a bit the steps of the washing techniques, not so important maybe now, but this is what goes in. So Dronco is a dry digestion technology. So it means we work inside the digester at a high total solids content. It looks like this, our digestate. So it means more than 20% total solids inside the digester. And this is our starting point for our Sortisep technology. And then we will wash this digestate and we will sort out this light fraction, these heavy innards, which are still present, of course, in municipal solid waste, even after pre-treatment. And then we will have a centrifuge cake, which we can send to composting. We are applying this in a plant in France, in Bourg-en-Bresse. We sent 66,000 tons of mixed waste to the plant, 7,500 tons of green waste. And of this mixture, we sent 40,000 to the digester, volume of 3,000 cubic meters, started up 10 years ago. We apply our Sortisep to produce clean compost from MSW. And in the end, we produce 20,000 tons of compost per year and 10 million kilowatt hours of electricity per year and 11 million kilowatt hours of heat. This is the flow scheme of the plant. So this is the pre-treatment, then the digester, the gas treatment, making electricity and steam. And here we apply the Sortisep and then in the end, the composting. I mainly wanted to show you this picture. So this is really the departing point, mixed waste, or even its residual waste, because there is already a source separate collection of paper, of glass, of dangerous goods, etc. And in the end, you have a residual fraction, which still contains a high degree of organic material, which we convert into biogas and in clean compost, as explained before. And that's maybe my most important point. What we see in Europe now is a trend and a focus on source separate collection. It has become obligatory in the whole of the European Union to source separate the organic fraction from household waste. And it's also it has become very difficult to produce clean compost from mixed waste. While we are doing it here in this plant in France, and actually the compost is very, very much appreciated by the farmers, and it obtains all norms and standards. And for some elements, it even has better values, or it has a higher quality than compost from bio-waste. So what we are saying is that for us, it's not necessary to look at the origin of the product, but only at the end quality of the product, which for us is certainly as good as compost from bio-waste. And of course, if you would also include the potential of MSW to make biogas and clean compost, then you have a much higher potential and a higher degree of deviation from landfills and incineration. And maybe one more small thing that I would like to add, that if we look at the carbon intensity score of digesting household waste, then we see it's a lot lower in the European Union than in the US, probably because the baseline is a lot lower in the US. So the delta, the difference is smaller in Europe, which is of course a bit of a drawback to have an interesting financial incentives, of course, for our application of anaerobic digestion of household waste organics. These are my contact details, and with this I would like to conclude. Like I said, I wanted to fly through it to make you enjoy your lunch.
Thank you so much for your consideration. Indeed, we do appreciate.
A pleasure.
And then, questions? Yes, please. We have a question. Please identify yourself.
Hello, Andrea Maria Rizzo, Record. If I understand correctly, you have a sort of digestate cleaning process which uses water to separate EV fractions and good one, right?
Yes, yes, correct.
Dry separation or wet separation?
Our digestion is a dry technology, but the separation of the digestate is a wet technology, but we reuse the water in the process.
Yes, I was just curious about the amount of water per ton of digestate that you need in this cleaning process.
No, so we try not to have any additional water to add. So in the beginning, we need to add, but we try not to add any water.
It's just yes or no.
No, we can. The water balance can be neutral.
So, second question, Ahto Oja from Estonia. Don't you need to pasteurize the feedstock in order to use the compost as fertilizer? I mean, 1 hour at 70 degrees because it's municipal waste.
Yes, you can do it in the composting also with a longer retention time. So it's not necessary to do it in the digestion.
All right, thank you very much, Bruno. And now we proceed with our last but not least speaker, Joaquim Cunha from SysAdvance. Please, Joaquim, be as short as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxine. I will be as fast as Bruno. I will do my best to speed up the presentation. So I will, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I will briefly present the company, the portfolio of products, and a few references. This is like the agenda for this presentation. SysAdvance is a family-owned company. We started in 2002, and we are academic spin-off from a research lab in the University of Porto. We started with generators, gas generators, nitrogen and oxygen, and we later evolved to the production of medical oxygen as well as to the renewable energy solutions. We are located 20 kilometers north of Porto, and everything is done into the same, under one roof, into the same building. We have a global presence with headquarters in Portugal and offices in North America, in Vancouver, in South America, in São Paulo, and Central Europe, in Riga. And we have deployed over 4,000 PSA systems, being one of the leading players for PSA solutions for gas separation processes. Here in this image, you can see that the reason why the PSA solutions are known for its versatility, in fact, it comes from the ability to select the best possible media according to the inlet gas composition and the required product specification. This means that for a similar machine, we can select we have different alternatives in terms of media. We have developed an extensive knowledge around adsorption, and our team is continuously characterizing new materials and making tests in the lab in order to take the best of each material. The aim is to do this and at the same time to be able to launch new products into the market using the PSA technology. The company is focused on controlling the full life cycle of the products, which means that from concept to production, we take care of all the steps and we have a full control over the process. This enables us or gives us a competitive differentiation. We are organized in 3 different divisions, and all of them are using the PSA technology. Besides that, we have a close collaboration with the University of Porto, which allows us to bring every year new students graduated from that university. In terms of products, you have the three divisions. I will focus my presentation on the energy division and on the solutions to upgrade both biogas and landfill gas into biomethane. Here you have a similar presentation that I will jump. We can use different types of gases in order to produce different products. And we do this by using a set of columns filled with adsorbent media. So the gas goes in, we capture the contaminants that we want to remove from the gas, and in this case, the biomethane will come from the top of the column as a product. The first step of this process is to pressurize the columns with the gas in order to trap the contaminants. And on the second step, we are going to increase the pressure and apply a vacuum to clean the adsorbent material. This cycle happens on a continuous way, over and over, switching between columns and producing a clean, renewable gas. In terms of system components for the two different solutions I will present to you, we have a solution for biogas that consists on a pre-treatment step in which we are going to remove the moisture, H2S, and some other contaminants like VOCs and siloxanes, a biogas compression up to 8 bar with heat recovery, and finally a one-stage VPSA separation process to remove CO2 as well as the contaminants like oxygen and nitrogen. If we move to the metagen F, the typical scope starts on a landfill at the exit of the landfill. And we also have a pretreatment step to remove moisture, H2S, as well as VOCs and siloxanes, followed by the same compression up to 8 bar. And finally, we have a double-stage VPSA system in order to remove on the first step the CO2 as well as other contaminants, and on the second step, mostly focus on the nitrogen removal. And with this system, we are able to work up to 20% of nitrogen to treat the gas with up to 20% nitrogen on it. As references, you have on the left our first project in Portugal that has been installed back in 2016, and the biomethane was produced for CNG. And on the right, you have another project also for municipal solid waste, this time in the US, in which we were challenged to meet the Rule 30, which obliges us to comply with a max of 0.2 oxygen and a minimum of 98.2 of purity on the biomethane. On the back of the image, you can see another technology here, which was not able to remove the oxygen. Therefore, we were called to propose a solution, and this has been our second and one of our first project in the US. Other references in wastewater treatment plants, a second one in the US, in the city of Portland, or for the city of Portland, and one in France for Dalkia that belongs to the EGF group. Moving forward, and still in the wastewater treatment plants, we have a reference in Lisbon, as well as another one in Sweden. Both are treating 500 normal cubic meters of biogas, which is delivered then compressed at 250 bars for CNG. Another type of biogas we have been proposing solutions to is biogas from manure, and we see on the previous presentations that manure is one of the feedstocks that will contribute more for the coming projects. On the left, it's from chicken manure, the project. It's a 3,000 normal cubic meters in Latvia. It has been our first project in the region. We have now 5 plants operating and 3 others in construction. That's the reason why we have installed an office in Riga to follow up business in the region. On the right side, you have one of the units we have installed in the US in 2024 for 360 normal cubic meters of biogas. Still in the US, other capacities. I think I didn't mention on the beginning, but our systems are able to treat from 150 normal cubic meters up to 3,000 normal cubic meters on a single unit. And then for larger projects, we just triple the units. Here it's a reference in Turkey. It's not for autoconsumption. It's for a large multinational, and we are producing biomethane from biogas coming from potatoes. And finally, on agro-waste, just to reference this one in France, installed in 2019, a small one for 2,500 cubic meters. And another one in Latvia installed in 2024, treating 600 normal cubic meters. You may see here that most of our units are containerized, which helps to a faster installation and allows us to make most of the FATs at the factory before dispatching the units. Moving to a different type of gas, landfill gas, we have patented a process, and the first unit was installed in France in 2018, treating 500 normal cubic meters. And then on the right, you have another reference, this time in Spain, which is working since 2021, treating some amount of landfill gas. It's a two-step separation system. It's a little more complex than the systems we are proposing for DAD because there's a specific stage for the nitrogen removal. And the advances we made within this technology, we have improved methane recovery. We are now able to deliver recovery that is higher than 90% for 16% of nitrogen into the gas. And this has allowed us to get a few large contracts. On the image, you have a first one that we are building for Brazil. It will treat 5,500 normal cubic meters of landfill gas. It's in construction, will be installed on the next quarter, and will be followed by 3 other projects. One in the US, in the state of New Jersey, to treat 11,500, and 2 others that were announced yesterday to the market, also in the US, and that will be in Texas, and the other one in Nebraska. Main advantages of the VPSA technology, that is the technology we are proposing in our solutions.
Could you please conclude?
Yes, 3 minutes, no more than that.
Thank you.
So the ability to customize the media in order to fit the requirements of the project, the low electricity consumption. We are running at 18 kilowatt-hour per normal metric cubic of biogas. The ability to remove contaminants like the O2 and the nitrogen. The recovery rate that we are guaranteeing to be higher than 99.5 for AD projects. The reliability, the ownership of technology, and the fact that we are a clean technology. The only thing we use is electricity as the membrane, so it's a clean tech. Key takeaway messages. There's a trend that will support the growth of the biomethane market that comes from the replacement of cogeneration systems, that it's happening in different markets. There's the support from the REPowerEU that is also supporting this transition, supporting both the private and public sector. And then we have the fact that the biomethane is turning or enables to turn waste into a resource, reducing the fuel dependence and closing the cycle. As we can use both the nutrients from the larger state, as well we can support the local economies. And finally, to mention the VPSA technology as a versatile and promising technology, that is able to tackle both biogas as well as landfill gas. Where we are present, we have projects in 3 continents. We have operating 45 metagen units for a total of energy produced of 2.2 terawatts hour a year. And that's it. This is an example of hydrogen purification.
Thank you. Thank you very
Some
much.
reference videos you may find on YouTube, on the web, and that's it. Thank you for your attention, and I hope further this.
Thank you
If
so
there
much,
are any
Michael.
questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Yeah. Is there although there's no time, but questions are always welcome. So are there questions? Not so far. I don't see questions on the web. So we are fine. Thank you so much. Thank you all. And now we will have a short break. It will be until 2 o'clock. We have to be back at 2 o'clock because we have to start with Anthony that has time restrictions. And people online, you can also have a break with us, 20 minutes. Before I stop here, I am telling you that all presentations will be shared to the participants and to those who registered, because for us it is really very important to build collaborations, to build working relations. We have research here, we have the technology here as well, and we will listen about policies in the next session. So it will be nice to stay connected. So thank you so much, and enjoy lunch. Actually, lunch is offered by ETA Florence, and there will be some dinner plans that George or Anthony will let us know later on. Thank you. So hello again and welcome in our second part of the meeting. I have the pleasure to have here our Greek Europarlamentarist, Mr. Maniatis. He will make a welcome to us, but a little after Anthony, because Anthony has to leave. Apologies, Anthony, for the delay. So Anthony will present us the European market scenario and the policy issues and the work that he has done already in the GreenMeUp, and then we can continue.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and dear honorable member of the European Parliament. I'm Anthony, a member of the policy team of the European Biogas Association, representing the whole biomethane value chain in Europe. I will briefly make a presentation. Yes, that's it. In the coming 20 minutes, I will present recent market trends of the European market, as well as lessons learned from national policy making. This is the second part. This part relates to a GreenMeUp report published 2 years ago. Then, what do recent investment data reveal about current policies, especially support schemes? In the third part, I will draw from recent publication of EBA to highlight some challenges for support scheme in the coming years. So first, recent market trends in Europe. I will start with a historical perspective and then zoom into recent years. First, let's set the background. Today, biogas and biomethane combined cover 7% of the EU natural gas demand. This is actually a huge figure considering the massive volumes of natural gas consumed in Europe. Concrete figures, this means 22 BCM a year or 230 terawatt hour a year. This is the equivalent of the gas consumption of Belgium, Denmark, and Ireland combined. As you can see on the right hand of the screen, the growth started with biogas from the years 2000s until 2016. And then there was a takeoff of biomethane, providing the growth of the sector from 2014. If we go on with biomethane, focusing on biomethane, we got a takeoff in the previous decade that has continued in recent years after in this decade. So we can see, as you can see on the right hand of the screen, production of biomethane was multiplied by 2 in just 4 years. And now we have enjoyed a growth year on year between 16 to 20% in the past 4 years. The production is not homogenic, of course, across Europe. The leading countries in the past few years have been Italy, France, Denmark, and the UK. In terms now in number of production sites, the number actually tripled within 7 years. Between 2016 and 2024, 7 years, the number tripled, reaching more than 1,500 biomethane plants in Europe, thanks also to a steep growth or more than 100 new plants a year for several years. Now we are close to 1,700 plants in Europe here at the end of first quarter. Most of them are connected to the gas grids, and access to the grid, therefore, is most cases access to the market. Sorry, I forgot to push the button. So most of them are connected to the gas grid. Now, in terms of geographical spread, over the course of the past decade, it spread a lot from 12 to 25 producing countries. It expanded eastwards towards Czech Republic, Slovakia, for instance, northward towards the Baltic countries, as well as Iceland, and southward with Portugal and Spain joining the producing countries. And I think this year, Poland, maybe Greece will also start producing biomethane. So also that's, I think, a really good indicator. Now, what did lead to these trends that I've just shown? What did these four running countries on the left do to kickstart and sustain market growth? In the second part, I will display the conclusions from an analysis that we did for a GreenMeUp project, and that's featured then in a downloadable report on the project website. It focused on the previous decade to understand what were the positive measures that those countries set up to kickstart the market. Those countries are 10, which were based on the program of the project, but this was the first 10 European countries producing biomethane. So we analyzed that thanks to the feedback also of our national associations. So I will present the positive measures quick in the coming minutes across 5 categories of measures. I will include, I will go directly to what worked and put some examples. The examples are not comprehensive, of course. I took some examples from the past decade and some examples of the past 3 years. Okay, ready? Let's start. First category, I call it vision and targets. What it was beneficial is to set an official stable vision for the sector's development. How can that be done? Created a dedicated strategy, dedicated action plan for biomethane like Norway did in previous years. This clarifies the role that the government assigns to this energy. Can be through targets, that's pretty well known, renewable gas target or dedicated biogas and biomethane target. In France, they set up a binding renewable gas target 10 years ago. That was a strong mobilizing signal for the value chain and the gas industry. Can be also target in the National Energy and Climate Plan, which that was the route chosen by France and Italy in previous years, and they increased their target last year. Second category of measure is direct support. Direct support through different ways, but most effective means is to have a feed-in tariff in the first years, and then you can tailor this feed-in tariff to focus on specific feedstock or to support certain sizes of plants. So in many countries, this was done, and this is just a selection, but it was done in most of those 10 countries, and those feed-in tariffs have been renewed in those 4 countries actually in the past 3-4 years. You can choose to switch to an auction-based system if you want to put some selection to get the tariff. That was decided in France. Another type of direct support is to have an incorporation obligation, often called a blending obligation, where the gas suppliers are then obliged to incorporate an increasing share of green gases into their supply mix. So that's what France is now trying for the coming years to support production through without using the public budget, the state budget. Third category, indirect support, and that's the most challenging of all, how to support the feedstock use, channeling more sustainable feedstock into the plant, or to support flexible production of gas and electricity. That's the most challenging, and that's the area where we identified the least number of measures. Here are 2. First, in Sweden, they created a quality insurance scheme more than 25 years ago, which created trust in the digester product and supported the sustainability and the business case of the producers, especially as they were also using a lot of sewage. In Great Britain, they are monitoring food waste collection to channel more sustainable feedstock, so food waste, into anaerobic digestion quite explicitly. So they adopted some obligation. Now they have to roll out the concrete measures to make this real. I think fourth category is market access. Market access, so first, access to the grid. That's essential. So creating a right to injection into the grid has been essential in countries like France, Germany. What does this mean? It means the grid operators have an obligation to address connection requests, and they can only say no on the basis of transparent criteria that are validated by the regulator. So this has been quite a growth enabler for many countries, including UK, Italy. Cost sharing mechanism is also useful to alleviate the investment burden on producer. So sharing the cost between the producer and the grid operators. Again, there's room for many settings here that can be decided by the regulator. And market access is also making sure that the green value is recognized, that the green molecule can be marketed as such. And in many countries like Austria, France, Denmark, they set up a geo-registry almost 10 years ago or more. And one of the latest comer is Switzerland, where they started very recently their geo-registry. So this is essential for gas suppliers and to prove the renewable origin of the fuel that they market. Fifth and last category is demand incentives. Giving strong demand signals is essential on the long term, not to rely only on production measures. So this can be through targets. That has been the case in the transport sector because of the Renewable Energy Directive. Italy and Netherlands have set targets that are even higher than the RED III. It can be through tax incentives. That's a famous case of the Swedish biomethane success story, where they have implemented for more than 15 years a tax exemption. Or having biomethane fuel vehicles also recognized as equal to electricity vehicles when it comes to public authorities procuring biomethane vehicle, and that's the path chosen by Norway. In this last part of my presentation, I would like to highlight some challenges for policy making, specifically for the support schemes. I will take some new data from EBA on investment trends and support schemes and connect that to some challenges that we have identified. Then I will conclude with a set of conclusions. First, we see that the private sector is ready to invest, has increased investment commitment, but market conditions, unfortunately, are not yet fit for the 35 BCM ambition. Based on our latest investment outlook published last week, we identified from private companies investment that would amount to more than 7 BCM of biomethane of additional capacity in Europe by 2030. So that's a significant amount. That's more than what we identified 2 years ago. But it's still, if we add up to the current production, we would still miss the 35 BCM ambition. So you can see on the right hand of the screen, you have the figures around 50 BCM. That's the volume committed based on the NECPs. That's the volume we could reach if we keep the same growth rate. That's the volume we will reach if those investments identified are realized. But there's still a gap with the 35 BCM ambition for 2030. Now, drawing also on our figures on private investment, we see that greenfield investment dominates the plans of companies. As you can see, 85% of committed investment are for greenfield plans. That's huge. That's very positive. That's good news. But conversion of existing biogas facilities also should be explored as a source for this additional biomethane that we are running after. And that's an opportunity for countries that really wants to support that switch to biomethane, to do something and to support private investment into this conversion. What you can see in this table is first start of the end. We have biogas tariff, and some plants, the plants have applied over the course of 10, 15 years. So some will lose their tariff in the coming 5 years, and others will lose their tariff after 2030. So we see this dynamic in many European countries. So in 10 countries, tariffs will start to end for biogas production in the coming 5 years, and even more after 2030. So this is an opportunity for policymakers to make a choice whether they want to continue support electricity production from biogas or switch to biomethane, and hence thinking about potential investment support here. Final challenges, I would say, is to include more demand-side measures, as we have identified that most support scheme measures are focused on production, which is to some extent important, essential, I would say, especially in emerging markets. So as you can see, there are more than 60% of the number of schemes that are on production. Then there are less for mandates, public procurement, or tax incentives. You notice that the figure here on tax incentives can seem significant, but actually then the number of countries implementing tax incentive is pretty low. Only 9 implement some tax incentives to incentivize biomethane or biogas consumption. So there's a room here for thinking of more balanced support mix, right? Conclusion. I'm coming to the conclusion of my presentation, and I would like to leave you with 7 policy choices that we believe are necessary for a rapidly growing market, so especially for the emerging markets that GreenMeUp worked on. So this is derived from GreenMeUp and for our own EB analysis. And that's, I think, a good summary of my presentation. First, in the way that policy is thought through, set an official, stable, long-term vision. The sector needs stability over at least 10 years, including in the way that support measures are set. Short-term, 2-3 years support measures is not it can be positive, but makes it difficult for investors to navigate and to make plans. So it's very important to have stable but also balanced mix between production and its consumption incentives. Right from the start, if possible, integrate those policies with waste management and agricultural policies to make sure also that we leverage as much as possible as waste and residues, and make sure that farmers, other producers can use their digestate or sell it. When it comes to the production, set up feed-in tariffs or feed-in premiums are essential to fast-track market emergence. You can improve the bankability of projects through cost sharing of the investment in the grid connection. That's also an enabler of grid access. Then when it comes to market and end-use sector, you have to make it possible to market as much as possible, access to gas grid. We talked about green value recognition, but also enabling cross-border trade. Production in one country may find end users in the neighboring country. So that's also a way to support growth in your own country. And finally, setting tax incentives, making sure that biomethane is more advantageous on a tax basis compared to fossil fuels. Thank you very much for your attention. You can find more details in GreenMeUp reports.
Was really very important in the project. Are there short questions before Anthony leaves the room? No, thank you. You're free. So now I have the pleasure to ask Mr. Maniatis to make a short welcome. I'm really very happy that we have you here. It's really a great honor for us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank Mercini and the biomass team of the Center for Renewable Energy Sources in Greece for this invitation. I have written few words, some of my thoughts. But in any case, let me just start telling that please feel for me as a permanent ally of your actions, your vision of whatever we can imagine that will help European Union achieve the independence from third countries and from outside sources. So to this direction, you can understand that we in the European Parliament have many debates on how to overcome all these issues, starting from independence from third countries like the Russian natural gas and finishing, I don't know whether we can finish somewhere, but in any case, I think that here discussion about the biomass and biomethane is a good, excellent and constructive exercise for all European economies to see how we can proceed. Now, to briefly set the scene, and according to the latest data available, combined biogas and biomethane production in 2023 reached 234 terawatt hours. This is, we saw it in the presentation, it's about 7% of the total natural gas consumption in Europe. And this is, I think, an extremely interesting amount. Now, let me just say a few things about my home country, Greece, where we are always not going in speeds that we would like to go. We need always to accelerate to this direction. But let me just recall, when I had the responsibility of the Ministry of Energy, Environment and Climate Change back in 2014, 11 years ago, Greece was the third better country all over the world in per capita production of electricity by photovoltaics. So it was one of our first experiments that had a very productive result. Now here we're discussing about biogas and biomethane, which is another challenge for Europe and for Greece. Today in Greece, there are 90 biogas production plants in operation producing biogas with energy content of 1.4 terawatt hours. And the total installed electrical power capacity is 126 megawatt. And they generate 624 gigawatt hours of electric energy annually. Now, according to our plans, the current National Energy Climate Plan has ambitious targets and foresees the production of biomethane to reach 2.1 terawatt hours in 2030 and 4.6 terawatt hours by 2050. Ambitious targets. But to meet these targets, Greece includes in this national plan the upgrade of 38 existing biogas plants to biomethane production plants and the construction of 45 new biomethane plants with a total production capacity of 1.2 terawatt hours annually. Now, to conclude my thoughts. Despite Greece's ambitious biogas targets, the biggest problem in setting up new biomethane plants is the issue of feedstock supply to the new plants. As always, the supply chain in many aspects and sectors of the economy of energy, supply chain is always the main problem, and especially in our issue. The national energy and climate plan, unfortunately, the Greek one, does not link this to the agriculture and livestock farming. Greece is known to have a sufficiently large livestock and agricultural sector, of course, not so big as the recent results we have seen in the Greek agricultural organization called OPEKEPE, which has to do with other things. But in any case, we have large livestock and agricultural production, and this production can be in the future can provide enough animal biomass to be used in the production of biomethane. But the government has not yet incentivized, and always incentives is so critical, and not even drive farmers to keep their animals in stalls and to set up the necessary infrastructure for the collection and storage of liquid and solid manure for the purpose of biogas production by plants. If we want biomethane to play a strategic role in achieving net zero, powering clean mobility and supporting circular agriculture, we must continue to invest in projects like this one, the GreenMeUp, and scalable solutions. Research and innovation are the engines that will deploy the full potential of biomethane. Today's event is an opportunity to share knowledge, to create further partnerships, and potentially commit to action, not just for our industry, but also for our communities, our environment, and the generations to come. With these thoughts, I want again to thank you for your attention and give you a promise that I will support your efforts as more as I can. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right. It is a policy making session, this one. So now I'm asking Francesc Madler from DG ENER, the European Commission. Usually, at the beginning it was the other way around, but Anthony had to leave, so you have to follow. And he will talk about the EU policy developments in the biomethane. So the floor is yours.
This doesn't work. Should work good.
Good afternoon. My name is Francesc Madler. I work in DG ENER in Unit C2, decarbonization and sustainability of energy sources, particularly in the bioenergy team, also on biomethane. I will be talking today about the recent policy developments in the Commission related to biogases. Does this work? Okay, but this on the laptop doesn't, sorry. Doesn't work on the laptop as well. Up, down, space. Okay, so just clicking. Okay. Okay. So I actually plan to start with a bit of a state of play of biogases, but a colleague from EBA has already done that part of work for me mainly. So I will just, for the more higher level context, I will just briefly talk about the picture when we look at the res share and the target that we have in Renewable Energy Directive of 42.5%, based on the recent based on the most recent data from Eurostat, which is from 2023, we are at 24.5%, the EU average. So there is still some work to be done, and in that work, biomethane, biogases have also a role to play. Now, when we look at the same picture, the same graph, but now broken down between the res share from bioenergy and the res share without bioenergy, we see that bioenergy in all member states play a significant role in achievement of in the way towards the achievement of our targets. And that actually, when we look at the member states with the highest share of renewables in final energy consumption, these countries have also higher share of bioenergy. Now, zooming further in, just looking at the bioenergy, at the EU average, we see that the overall res mix has a 58% part which is coming from the bioenergy, and without that 58%, biogases, biogas and biomethane, represents about 11% of that. It's primarily with vast majority of solid biofuels, but what we are focused on here with this project and in the Commission working in my unit is this chunk, which currently is 11% of this 58%, but hopefully will be growing further. Now, this I will skip because this was already nicely presented by my colleague from EBA before. So I will just maybe mention here the recent Commission assessment of the national energy and climate plans, which was completed now in May this year, where member states have cumulatively communicated 27 billion cubic meters of biogas and biomethane's target. So there is still some gap there between the 35 billion cubic meters target and between the current production volumes. There is also still a space to grow the market, which here's same information on investment that was actually updated by a colleague from EBA, just to say maybe that for the permitting, which we know is a big obstacle to market development, the time is mostly around 4 years, but varies greatly between member states, sometimes can go up to many more, and issues of social acceptance and boosting the business case for valorization of digestites, so which lead for biogenic CO2 are also characterized by large differences between member states. But this brings me to the proper part of the presentation, which is on the policy framework and especially on the current new initiatives that we want to put forward. To start with a bit of a context when it comes to the policy, I want to start with saying that the Commission sees biogases as an important clean energy source for the future that will be part of the energy mix that we need for our energy transition. And this recognition already came with the REPowerEU Plan in May 2022, in the aftermath of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, where we have recognized and we continue to stand by this position. The biomethane plays a very significant role both for the energy security and energy independence by offering a substitute for the fossil gas, and also of course for decarbonization of our industries, especially for hard to electrify and hard to abate ones. In the REPowerEU Plan, we launched the Biomethane Action Plan, including the Biomethane Industrial Partnership, which was launched later that year, and throughout the now almost 3 years of the running of Biomethane Industrial Partnership, it has created many interesting deliverables, working across 6 task forces with reports and recommendations stemming from topics related to support schemes, permitting, and how to share best practices for acceleration of permitting, valorization of digestites, issue of integrated Ukraine. So there is a lot of knowledge that has been generated through this platform where Commission, industry, stakeholders, and some member states cooperated together. I invite everyone to go under this link to check out these reports and documents if you haven't done so yet. But now, what building on that, we want now to take the next step forward. And as you might have seen in the REPowerEU roadmap, which was published at the beginning of May this year, setting out the plan to phase out Russian energy imports, it includes two initiatives which are related to biomethane and biogases specifically, particularly more to biomethane. One of that is the aggregate extension of the aggregate EU platform, the demand aggregation platform that was set up after the beginning of war for fossil gas, and now to extend it also to biomethane. This is done by colleagues in another directorate in DG Energy. I will not be focusing on this today, but they are at the early stage of the process evaluating the feasibility of that, and more information will come on that. What I want to focus on is the tripartite contract for biogases, which we in Unit C2 we are working now with my colleague Biljana, who you probably most of you at least know. And this idea comes actually from a strategic document that was published earlier that year, the Affordable Energy Action Plan, in which under Action 6, Commission commits to put forward tripartite contracts for different energy technologies and fuels, with the idea being to provide affordable energy for European economy, particularly for industries, to allow for decarbonization, but also while maintaining the competitiveness. And the concept of these tripartite contracts are presented here in this diagram. Basically, the idea is to bring together all the relevant stakeholders and actors that need to commit together to actions which are aimed at boosting these respective energy sectors. In case of biogases, we aim to bring together first member states as the first element of this triangle, which are tasked to bring the so-called by the industry so demanded regulatory stability and planning stability. Supply side, the producer across the whole value chain, so not only looking at the biogas plants, but also at feedstock providers, feedstock collection points, technology providers, so really across the whole supply chain. Here with the idea being of committing stable and dependable production volumes. And as the third part of this new framework, the end users. Here with commitments related to stability of offtake demand, also looking at instruments such as long-term contracts to provide very much needed element of the business case for biogas plants, which is the offtake demand. The Commission in this framework plays a facilitating role, supporting member states, supporting all sides of these contracts, also proposing some actions at the EU level on which Commission has direct impact, and of course also, which is not shown here because this is a diagram which applies to all these technologies that will be covered. In case of biogases, we also have to take into account the market facilitators, the system operators, both TSOs and TSOs, and the gas traders. So within that framework, the idea is that we go further from BIP, which generated lots of deliverables, but now we want to go from knowledge generation, dissemination to actual commitments towards specific actions. So to really generate investment stability and better business case to push the production and to upscale the market towards 2030 and beyond 2030. Also setting out shared vision, especially for member states. Now, this is the last slide, but I think it's the most interesting one because we are really at the early stage of this process. We've been drafting this proposed contract, so this proposed agreement with concrete actions of areas of action. And I want to share with you now what is kind of the outcome of this initial brainstorming. This is very much not set in stone. Don't consider it like that. It's up to further consultation also with stakeholders, because the idea is to really take the input from stakeholders. So I also invite you to share your comments right now or also later in different formats, because we want to test these ideas that we have so far with stakeholders. So I will just go one by one by the current basically state of this contract. We are basically, first of all, thinking of having commitments or action areas related to strengthening cooperation and coordination across member states and within member states. For biogases, it's oftentimes that it spreads between remits of different ministries, and coordination across different governance bodies is not always at the level that is conducive of market development. So that would be one of these areas to act. Another is to look at the efficiency of production. So to be able to produce more biogases, more biomethane from the same feedstock. Here, the role of research and innovation is, of course, very important to develop and uptake new production methods which allow us to get higher yield, but also retrofitting of existing plants. So to have these existing plants producing at the more efficient, in a more efficient way. Another element is the cost optimization or the cost efficiency of production, addressing the problem of excessively high biogas prices, especially relative to fossil gas. Here, we want to also look at the business model, especially at the valorization of the byproducts of production that can improve the business model. Another element is the engagement of stakeholders really across the value chain. With the experience of BIP, we know that sometimes the engagement of all the stakeholders was not exactly at the level. So with this initiative, we really want to have across supply chain and across value chain, also spreading to end users, this comprehensive approach. Another very important element is to accelerate the deployment, and a necessary step to do that is to address excessively long permitting. And here, of course, a lot of the work has to be done on the member state side. There is already a lot in terms of the legal provisions of RED for permitting times and the deadlines that are there. But we know that implementation is going slow, and we can do actually more than just implementation here, looking at what are the ways in which Commission can support member states and in which member states can also do the work to optimize and simplify permitting process, ultimately leading to faster deployment of new plans. And of course, as a Commission, we are looking very much into the single market and to the cross-border trade, which at the moment is not at the scale that allows for a faster upscaling of the EU market for biomethane. And lastly, the issue of coordination, where really not only for member states and within member state administration, but spreading across all of these elements of the contract. So for suppliers and demand side, that we have really improved coordination through this new platform where these stakeholders, including member states and the Commission, can meet and set out this shared vision for the future, which would hopefully also includes targets and more concrete action. So this is really an outcome of this initial stage. I'm very interested and curious to hear also your comments. We will be also consulting, of course, that with stakeholders now. How exactly this is yet to be decided, because it's really an initial process, but we really want to test these ideas with you and look also what we have missed or what you think that it could be approached from a different perspective. So I will end here. I'm very open to your questions, and I invite you very much to also think about this new initiative for the future, what you can contribute to that as well. Thank you very much for your attention. Franciszek, but Franciszek it's Polish long name, so it's difficult to.
Our questions. I think Ahto is ready. Yeah.
Ahto Oja from Estonian Bio Association. I have the question related to the coordination, and I'm not sure, but I got the impression that the European Commission Directive of Taxation wants to put the new energy tax for all renewables as well, including green hydrogen, biomethane, and green electricity. And if it happens, it definitely makes the situation in Estonia worse, because currently in Estonia, the natural gas as fossil is taxed with energy tax, but biomethane is tax exempted. So if this European level tax for the green fuels or bioenergy will be adopted, then in Estonian case, it makes the biomethane it makes worse.
Thank you for that comment. It's I take good note of that. For this particular initiative, as I said, it's the early stage. So actually, coordination also applies within Commission to the actions that we have to take. The EU platform, which I was talking about as well, links into our initiative. So, and the changes related to energy taxation, we will also be looking into that. At this stage, it's hard for me to say exactly how the two links, but thank you for the comment, and I take good note of that. Thank you. Yes, please.
Well, just to reply, ETD was always thinking about the tax in renewable electricity, but if it is one, there will be the lowest one between all the energy products. I understand your concern, but it cannot be because it is renewable. If it is in production, it has to be somehow create a revenue for the states, but it will be the lowest one to my knowledge. Now, for here, I have the following comments. You say to make the biogases more affordable through the circular bioeconomy. What we have found in the biomethane industrial partnership, looking at this digestate and biogenic CO2, is that the digestate has market barriers because, first of all, it is not stable. Sometimes it is not ready to be used as a fertilizer. So it also faces barriers from the existing fertilizing industry, not to say that it is also more expensive. So that is not easy. It looks easy there in the paper, but the real introduction in the market needs a lot of work yet, both from market-based measures and from the technology point of view. Biogenic CO2 is also a similar situation because now everybody looks at this biogenic CO2 to decrease the climate impact because it's negative emissions if you can sequester it. Now, if you want to upgrade it, it doesn't come without a cost, but certainly it's something that needs to be valorized and not to be left like that. But again, I think that this will have many competing uses and many actors around it. Then about produce more biogases from the same feedstock. Yes, this is about RNI, and there are today methods being developed. They'd like either it is anaerobic digestion itself, which is an established technology, or other innovative technologies like gasification of residues and waste. These look how to produce maximum yield of biomethane, for example, with electrochemical methods to assist the activity of the bacteria inside the broth in order to have 90%, 95% biomethane directly. So it is very important that RNI is part of this list for the biomethane in order to become a reality under this type of connections between supply, demand, and policy makers. So these are my remarks, are not really questions. There's some observations I would like to say. And I would like also to say that the biomethane visibility should be increased and come at an equal level of visibility, like the photovoltaics, like the wind, like the offshore, like other renewable energy sources, because as it was said, it is dispatchable, it can stabilize the grid, it can store energy, it can be reused, and it is domestic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To add on the digestate issue, yes, we are aware of the barriers. To add maybe also that there is a legal also complication there, especially when it comes to implementation of EU law. The fertilizing product regulation and its implementation across member states is not always coherent, and in some member states, although at the EU level we allow for the usage of digestate-based fertilizers, in some member states it doesn't happen. So I mean, all these we are aware, of course, that there are many obstacles, but the idea behind this initiative is to take these barriers one by one and to think collectively also with stakeholders and member states how we can address them. And of course, for biogenic CO2 as well, for the end users, we want to also include end users of the byproducts. So also end users for biogenic CO2 across the different ones.
You could connect to the EU startup and scale-up strategy as well. because it is something that will provide even funds with the innovation fund, and not only the innovation, but for the startups, a fund for them, investment fund, something like that, for unicorns, in order to do, and there are many technology developers that would be in this category. So it is something, I mean, financing is missing there, and de-risking perhaps should be included.
Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Christos Zagas and I'm coming from the European Renewable Gas Registry. We are actually involved in the cross-border trade of biomethane certificates, and we are also very much interested in what the upcoming tripartite contract will look like. And basically my question revolves on that initiative. I know it's in the early stages, but I would really appreciate if you have some notion on when we can expect the this contract to come into place, and if such a contract will be a binding instrument between the participants of that relationship.
So as for the second part of the question, it's not per se, I mean, it's called a contract, but it's not a contract in the legal sense of the word. So it will not be a binding document. It will be more of a shared strategy or shared plan, an agreement between the parties, of course, with commitments. So there will be an implementation plan for that, which then all the parties can see if they are acting upon their commitments. But in terms of enforcement mechanisms, it's not a legal instrument per se. So that will be more on a voluntary basis. And as for the timeline, it's hard for me to say. Unfortunately, I wish I could say more, because the work is ongoing, but it also depends on member states to a large extent, and to discussions with member states, and also with the presidency. We are not yet fully sure what would be the stance of the Danish presidency. So it's hard to say for now. The initial timeline that was put in the Affordable Energy Action Plan for these tripartites is to have it done, have it signed by end of the year, beginning of 2026. But as we are preparing in parallel these tripartites also for other technologies, it might be that for some technologies the adoption will be at that date, whereas for some it might take longer time. So unfortunately cannot tell more details now, but we will be communicating on that also in due time.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Frank, for the very nice presentation, Kyriakos Maniatis. It's not a question, more of a comment. I see that you have on the list single market, and that I think that the Commission should put extra attention, because the area of biofuels and cross-border trade, it's an area that more or less the single market fails, because a biofuel produced in one country cannot sometimes be sold in another country. And the same thing with, as you mentioned before, with some of the products. So this is a critical area that the Commission should put more attention. But thank you again.
Yes, thanks, Kyriakos, for the comment. I mean, we are aware of our role in this bigger picture, and the fact that, I mean, if anyone is to work on the single market, it is exactly the European Commission, knowing also that, of course, some of the barriers come from the member state, and here solutions to the problems sometimes come a bit more tricky. But the idea of the tripartite is also to have a sense of co-ownership for member states, that they can also act upon these issues and overcome the barriers which currently hinder the development. If there are no question online, please. There is a hand raised, but was it? Okay. Question is, when you talk about BPC for the tertiary sector for France, is there goals for blending obligations for biomethane? I'm not sure if this relates to mine or the previous presentation. The question is from 226. So it might be actually for I can only say that the demand side incentives, I mean, we're also looking into that, but at this stage, I cannot tell much exactly about blending obligations and what role it will play. It will depend also on the negotiations and discussions with signing parties. I think it was for the previous. This one. So. Okay. Another question today is emission of cars in EU measured only on exhaust. Electro cars have not exhaust. This system disqualifies CNG cars. Is there any way to change view to emission? For example, to measure emissions of all cars lifetime, it means including production. It can be big help for use of bio CNG, LNG for transport. Frankly, I have to apologize because I don't work particularly on biofuels for the transport sector, so I cannot answer this question now, also for the sake of time, because I already went above. So I can revert back to my colleagues in my unit working specifically on the issue, and I'm happy to send also maybe a reply to organizers to share it with you. Thank you very much for the attention.
For joining us. It was a real pleasure to have you with us. And now it is the time for Christos Surkolias, my colleague from CRES, to present the actual data that we have, the actual results, not only data, results regarding the country-tailored policy measures, as we have suggested, as we have promised.
Thank you, Mercedes. Hello to everyone. I'm very happy that we will present our results, and we will see that it will facilitate, let's say, the attempts that are developing now for shaping, let's say, the appropriate policies for promoting the biomethane. Why? Okay. Before starting, it's important to have in mind the main target of a GreenMeUp project was, yes, to identify and to propose tailor-made policies in order to promote biomethane in the participating countries. But the main intention was to these policies to be the outcome of the co-design, of the actual participation of all these stakeholders. And I'm very happy because I saw that in the initiative that is promoted by the European Commission, this is the actual intention. For this reason, we have three different hubs: society, market, and policymakers, in order to participate. And we, let's say, test different tools and approaches in order to facilitate and to achieve, let's say, these co-designed policies and to make our proposals. For this reason, we ran two big surveys within the framework of GreenMeUp. One, in order to identify the key policy requirements that must be taken into consideration in order to formulate and to shape the policy and the measures both in 2030 and 2050. We have already presented the previous policy workshops within the framework of our project. And the second big survey was to explore the social perspectives, because as we listen from European Commission, it is crucial to engage end user within this, let's say, approach in order to identify these policy measures. So we explored these social perspectives into three different pillars as, let's say, depicted by the relevant stakeholders, market actors, community, society, and policymakers. And the reason for this is because each one category of stakeholders is involved in the different, let's say, activities and steps and that must be carried out in order to promote biomethane. Community deals with the feedstock and the biofuel production, the market with the biofuel production and biofuels, and obviously the policymakers are responsible for all the policies. For this reason, we ran a survey in 11 different countries. We collected approximately 200 questionnaires per country, total more than 2001. The questionnaire consisted of 6 different questions, and the survey was conducted in the end of 2024 by a specialized surveying company in Greece, Metron Analysis. Very quick, in order to see the main conclusion, the first conclusion is that the current awareness of the end users for the biofuels generally is low. As you can see, almost half of the participants have almost zero or low, let's say, information and knowledge about biofuels generally. And it is interesting that 20% of the participants are unaware about the biofuels, and there is an increase in this percentage where we are going to biogas, 23 of them, and to biomethane, 32 of them. So for this reason, the initiative from the European Commission, yes, perhaps to address this problem, the end user must be involved, but it is important to be aware about this, about, yes, the new fuels that must be, let's say, promoted. Then we had a few questions in order to specify if the statement is correct or wrong. We have two statements with correct, let's say, response statement, and 5 with a false. And as you can see, it was difficult for the participant to recognize the sentences, the correct sentences. As you can see, almost close to half of the participants, while the capability to recognize the mistaken, let's say, statements was easier. So it is another indication about the limited knowledge that they have about biogas and biomethane. But okay, this is, let's say, the bad news, but we have almost something encouraging news, because as you can see, more than 50%, up to 60% are willing to use biomethane in the future, or to make an effort to use biomethane. So this is, let's say, an encouraging message which must be exploited in order to, let's say, cultivate the correct conditions in order to promote biomethane. But even if half of them are willing to use, to promote, to support biomethane, we can see that only 20% are willing to pay more in order to support this increased, let's say, consumption and production of biomethane. Yes, I have the intention, but I am not willing to support a fuel which actually has a higher cost. So this is something that we have to take into consideration. And as you can see, this percentage refers to the consumption of biomethane for heating, in households, for cooking, and for electricity production. The same conclusion can be derived also for the case of transport, where again 20% of them are willing to pay more in order to support the further, let's say, deployment of biomethane for transport purposes. Again. And a final, let's say, conclusion is our attempt to identify if the famous NIMBY phenomenon exists also in the biomethane. As you can see here, we have a question where we wanted to explore the possibility to accept the installation of a biomethane unit, generally in their countries, or in their regions, or in the city, or in the neighborhood. And as you can see, the share of the households that have, let's say, has a positive attitude toward the installation and the promotion of biomethane at national level is 60%. We can see a gradual, let's say, reduction where we are going from the national level to the local level. So 60% are willing to support biomethane at national level. This becomes almost 40, yes, at regional, 30 something in city. So 40% are willing to support at local. So we have to reinforce the current level of knowledge in order to be aware about the impacts, the positive benefits that are derived, are triggered by the biomethane. And the interesting is that almost all the countries have the same tendency. But okay, what it is different is the the percentage of the population, as you can see, obviously more mature countries such as Germany and Italy have lowest, let's say, percentage, along with Romania, but the share of the respondents who have positive attitudes is less than in countries such as Latvia, Estonia, etc. But it is impressive that all the countries have, let's say, the identical reduction in the perception when we are going from the national to local level. We have a detailed analysis of all the questions. As I said, 60 total questions have been answered in this questionnaire. We have also an analysis for each country separately. So I think that very useful conclusions can be, let's say, derived by this analysis. An additional, let's say, study that we made was the cross-sectoral policy integration of biomethane. So yes, we know that biomethane creates, let's say, impacts to different sectors, transport, agriculture, energy, environment, water, waste, economy, finance. So as a consortium, we propose some policy recommendation how these multi-benefits, so these cross-sectoral benefits can be integrated into, let's say, the procedure in order to design effective policies. The first step, obviously, is to create a holistic framework in order to quantify. Yes, I think that we can identify, let's say, the different type of impacts into the different sector, but it is important if we want to take into consideration and to internalize somehow into the decision-making approach to quantify these multi-benefit impacts. So the first step, and after their quantification, we have to see how the strategies, the action plans, the roadmaps, whatever is needed in order to promote biomethane will be drafted, take into consideration these cross-sectoral effects. So let's say the main objective should not only to reduce the total energy cost. Yes, it is, let's say, the most critical parameter, but we can, let's say, see how the maximization of these cross-sectoral effects can be implemented. Obviously, the promotion of circular economy is essential in this attempt, and if we manage to link circular economy with the specified targets within this legislative framework, obviously we will make a meaningful step in order to, let's say, realize and attain these cross-sectoral effects. And of course, all this should be incorporated into the existing legislative framework and perhaps to expand it in order to include all this. Sector coupling is a crucial factor for this. In any case, we have to see how the biomethane should be, let's say, promoted with a coherent and very structured way in the sectors that actually have the potential in order to maximize these cross-sectoral efforts. Adoni shows different tools. We have mandatory quotas, we have financial schemes, we have a lot of tools that can be used. Critical is, let's say, to accelerate, to reinforce these tools in the other sectors, such as agricultural, for example, the Common Agricultural Policy, to have dedicated instruments in order to promote biomethane. And I think the key is if we manage to identify and to promote the role of biomethane as a methane mitigation measures, because this will give the capability to the other sector to use biomethane in order to achieve these targets. As you can see, this is an outline of different, let's say, activities, measures that we heard from the morning. We can see that the cross-border and the cross-sector cooperation is vital. Perhaps the biomethane industrial partnership to focus on the cross-sector, so perhaps to create an additional, let's say, instrument to focus on this. And of course, crucial due to the fact that from our surveys we recognize this gap in the awareness, in the information that they have, to inform all the involved bodies, the society, the regional and local authorities who have the capability to mobilize measures, and the citizen renewable community to become part, to be aware, and of course, to judge, to assess all these measures based on the cross-sectoral efforts. And finally, the other tool that we used, because as we said, it was important for us to demonstrate that, yes, we co-designed actually this measure, was to identify the market uptake measures at national level in the 7 target countries through the fuzzy cognitive mapping. So we decided to use this method. This method is actually an interview that is held in different stakeholders in order to identify their priorities, their opinion about one subject, such as how the biomethane can be promoted more effectively, to identify the factor, to link the factor, and of course to quantify the relationship of them. And then with this method, there is the opportunity to simulate all the results, all the fuzzy cognitive maps for the participant, and to create one common, non-homogeneous. So this tool gives us the capability to identify the most crucial parameters, and of course then take into consideration these crucial parameters, we came to propose all these policy measures. So we applied the fuzzy cognitive method. As you can see, for the case of the biomethane, 68 stakeholders participate in this and help us to identify 323 parameters which are linked with the promotion of biomethane. And of course, then after the, let's say, the elicitation of the first, let's say, combination of the first set of policy measures, we took into consideration all the work that was conducted within the framework of GreenMeUp project, the SWOT analysis, the review about the different funds which are available, the cross-sectoral policy integration analysis that we made, and having another round of discussion with the 3 hubs, with the stakeholders, the society, the market, the policymaker, we resulted in the final, let's say, set of measures for each country. This is this is indicative, let's say, demonstration of the measures that we proposed in Greece. We have, let's say, 8 main categories of policy measures, but with the parameters that we identify from this fuzzy cognitive mapping, let's say, method, we were able to specialize each one with concrete action which, according to the stakeholders, should be initiated in order to ensure that the biomethane will be promoted. And all this analysis became in the 7 countries, and finally, we tried to compare all these results for the 7 countries. And this analysis gave us the capability to identify similarities and differences, which it's quite, let's say, obvious due to the different characteristic. As you can see, almost all the countries say that, okay, the most critical measure in order to promote biomethane is the introduction of financial support measures. Adoni said direct support, indirect support, specific measures. So it is important to have the appropriate financing measures and a dedicated roadmap with specific targets. It's the key in order to facilitate, let's say, the achievement of this target. As you can see, a lot of countries focus on how we will be able to foster the consumption of this biomethane, the demand, let's say, measures that Adoni mentioned. And of course, it is crucial to link the promotion and the consumption and production of the biomethane with the waste management, the utilization of the byproducts, and with the conduction of feedstock potential analysis in order to be aware about the stock, about the feedstock. And and then you can see a lot of different other measures which have been selected by 2-3 countries, such as the political regulatory stability, the establishment of supply chains, the infrastructure, and there are specific countries with specific needs, which is very logical because each country has its main characteristic, the peculiarity. So as you can see, for example, in Greece, we have to focus on the permitting and spatial procedures, which must be obviously improved. In Estonia, to reinforce the implementation of public procurement procedures, etc., etc. Moreover, due to the fact that we have a dedicated task in order to identify the policies and measures which are needed in order to promote biohydrogen, we decided to run the same analysis, to apply the same method for the case of biohydrogen. So we ran the same analysis. We tried to manage 43 stakeholders to participate in this survey, and we managed to identify 265 parameters. As you can see, it was not easy to persuade with the same, let's say, convenience, the stakeholder to participate, because the current level of knowledge is not similar with the respective one for the case of biomethane. But okay, we managed to find these stakeholders, and we ran the same analysis, and this is a depiction of and a comparative analysis of the proposed policy measures from our side. It is interesting to see that, and again, the introduction of financial support measures seems to be the most, let's say, effective approach in order to promote biohydrogen, and the acceleration of the consumption of biohydrogen in the different end uses, the completion of the legislative framework. One main difference was the need to improve the social acceptance and the conduction of target awareness raising measures, which seems to be more imperative for the case of biohydrogen compared to the biomethane, as resulted by our analysis. So the end users must be aware about the hydrogen, the role that will have, and we have a lot of different, let's say, target-oriented proposals for the policies and measures that must be developed in the different countries. Thank you very much. We have a lot of information, a lot of results. I think that they must be assessed. It's very good the timing because European Commission has started this initiative, and I think that their approach is very similar to this that was followed in our project, and a lot of different and interesting, let's say, outcomes can be utilized. Thank you very much.
Christo, the deliverable will be ready at the end of July. The final one. The final one. Yes. So questions. Ahto?
Ahto from Estonia. I have just a small comment that 11 years ago when I participated in drafting the Estonia long-term energy action plan, then we actually calculated this the costs on all the benefits for the biomethane production by all sectors, waste minimization instead of mineral, all the stuff. So I got just the idea that maybe I have to start a startup to use this model in every country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. I remember that in 2013, I participated in a project ClimSave, where we tried to quantify the cross-sectoral effects from the different adaptation. Yes. So yes, I think that this attempt can be used and complemented in order to have, let's say, a new tool. The idea is to change somehow the current, let's say, approach for the design and to internalize, to incorporate different types of externalities, other costs, in order to make a decision which will be able to maximize social welfare and the discussion. Thanks, Ahto.
Kyriakos Maniatis, thanks for the interesting presentation. When Franek made the presentation here about the tripartite contract, he referred to the member states, supply side, and energy consumers. But I understood it was the large energy consumers. The European citizen was not mentioned, and you make a lot of emphasis on the European citizen. can you comment on the, let's say, on the Commission's DG Energy tripartite contract, if that's going to be successful without taking care of the citizen? And I don't know if this is the case, and whether Frank would like to reply to that. I don't know if this is, let's say, if I understood correctly the presentation or not.
Yes, I agree. I think that my opinion, because, okay, I participate in the preparation of the Greek NCP. I am vice president of the working team for preparing it. So my opinion in these policies is due to the fact that the cost for this energy transition is paid by the end users. It's very critical to involve in this. One comment that we received is from the public consultation is that they want the more active participation, not of the consultation, the co-design. It's crucial. It's important for all the participants to be aware about the options, the technologies, the choices that will be promoted, and actually they will pay. At the end of the day, then the users pay for all this energy transition. This is my opinion. For this reason, it is important to have transparency. This participatory approach is critical in order to have on board, to be aware about multi benefits. And for me, the real objective is not, yes, one is to maximize the energy cost, but the actual outcome of all policies should be the maximization of the social welfare. This should be the main outcome of the policies. This is the role of the policy makers, to maximize social welfare. And social welfare, yes, obviously it includes the energy cost, but it includes a lot of different effects, and negative and positives. And for this reason, it's critical to incorporate into your analysis all these externalities. Yes, there are plenty of uncertainties in any case. And the new technologies, we run the NCP, we try to forecast 2030 and 2050. I think any assumptions from 2031 to 2050 has uncertainties, but yes, we have to make an attempt. And the policy yes, we have an action plan. For me, the priority is, yes, start the implementation, assess the policies, and redesign the plan. It's not a stable framework. It's a step-by-step. Exactly. Let's start doing things. Yes, the technology will be improved. Other technologies will not. We will, and this is the rationale. In 2027, we have to revise our NCP in 2-3 years only. So yes, I think, and the survey it depicted this gap in the awareness. It is interesting. And
hello, thank you very much, Kyriakos, for the comments. Indeed, issue of social acceptance and the fact that it's quite low is something that we are aware of. The list indeed has not put it directly there, but we've been discussing that in the context of the permitting problems as well, and the fact that the appeal rates are quite high because local communities are oftentimes very concerned about these projects being developed. Actually, yesterday we were having a meeting with Euro Gas Association from Spain, and this issue was also raised, even with some examples of misinformation that is being spread in local media about biogas. A colleague from the Spanish Association was referring to some information about biogas causing cancer or infertility. So, I mean, of course, it's an important topic, but we also wanted now to go out and to consult it with researchers, with stakeholders, because all these comments are very valuable for us. And thank you for putting more attention on that. So we will be. I will also pass it to other colleagues working on it because it needs action for sure. Thank you. Thank you.
So, where's my agent? We can have a break now. It is my clock stopped. We can have a 10 minutes break for a coffee, and we are back with the international collaboration. So Bernard, are you with us? We will come back to you in 10 minutes. Okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Bernard, for waiting for us. It's a long day. So we are starting now our last session with the lessons for policymakers from the IEA Bioenergy Task 37 with Bernard Drosk from Boku.
Yes.
So Bernard, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Try to share my screen, so I hope that this works. Can you see my slide?
Yes, perfectly well.
Okay, then hello everybody to my presentation today. My name is Bernard Drosk. I'm working now 18 years in biogas research and development, and I'm based at Boku University and at BEST Research in Austria. And today I'm talking to you in my role as International Task Leader for the IEA Bioenergy Technology Collaboration Program, especially the Task 37, Energy from Biogas. And we have a work program for 3 years, which was from 2022 to 2024. And I'm going to present the results and the publication we have done in these years. Maybe to start up, what is IEA Bioenergy Task Technology Collaboration Program? So we want to increase knowledge of bioenergy systems and to facilitate the deployment of environmentally sound, socially acceptable, and cost-competitive bioenergy systems. And we see a role as independent collaborative body in delivering clear and verified information. So it's a group of experts which work, in my case, on the topic of biogas. It's linked to the IEA, which is headquarters in Paris. So there's the Committee on Energy Research and Technology, and below this the Working Party on Renewable Energy and Technologies. You can see it here. And here is different technology collaboration programs, and we work on technologies in the area of bioenergy, and myself on the technologies for biogas. A lot of countries from European countries, but also international countries are based in these expert groups. We have here a big view about the IEA Bioenergy Task Technology Collaboration Program, and here just to highlight the Task 37 is a group which works on biogas, and we can see there presented here with the topics of resources, conversion, energy and products and markets and system perspective. So we have tasks which work on the system side and other tasks which very much work on the conversion side, like biorefining, gasification, or also a biogas task. Yes, so our expert group, we're about 17 countries in the biogas expert area, and internationally, apart from Europe, there are countries like Australia, Brazil, Canada, and India present. So we have also a lot of international views in our discussions, which is definitely very interesting. I would like to start today with the report from the IEA headquarters, the outlook for biogas and biomethane. It's the second report which the IEA has done. So this is not our specific word from our expert group, but I've been reviewer of this report. So I would just like to highlight some key messages which were mentioned in there. So there's a relatively small share of untapped potential for biogases, which is competitive, but we have the potential to unlock more if we value the co-benefits or sustainability effects which come with biogas. So not only the energy perspective, but also the co-benefits. Then what is also mentioned in the report is that the investment for biogas is strong, and when there's a local economic development, so biogas has the advantage also that the value chain can be in the regional level. So this is also an important aspect of biogas processes worldwide. What then comes also are of course points like logistics and permitting processes. So these are issues which kind of decrease the deployment of biogas. So there are some hurdles for setting up plants worldwide. And what was also mentioned today is that, of course, for having more biogas realized, consistent and robust policy support is essential for biogas technology. A second picture from this report is the graph about the geographic distribution of the potential. So we can see that, of course, in Europe there is also big potential, but also if we go to India, Southeast Asia, Latin America, US, we can see that there are specific places where they have a high potential for biogas. Then one of our publications from the IAEA Technology Collaboration Program is the member country report, and you can see for the different countries 4 columns. The first one is 2010, the second is 2014, 2018, and 2022. So you can see a bit the differences in growth. So of course we have already seen that countries like Denmark or Sweden have here growth, but also if we look, for example, in Brazil, we can see that from a low level, but that there has been interesting growth, and also India, which was reported during this period. One of our publications we had in the last 3 years was a specific report which was called the role of biogas and biomethane in pathway to net zero, and I will just highlight some of the key messages there. So what our group sees is that it's also important to have technologies and energy carriers apart from renewable energy, renewable electricity. So if we have like renewable gas, we will need also other energy carriers than just electricity for the future. Biomethane is apt to replace natural gas, so we can use existing infrastructure for this. The systems and the technologies can be seen mature and multifunctional, and we can contribute to energy security, as for example the whole production chain can be set up in a rather local environment. And what is also an advantage to be seen for biogas technology is that there is a wide variety of feedstocks, from sewage sludge to waste to industry byproducts. So yeah, it's a very versatile technology. What has to be said also is that we see that for biogas solution, we already have waste, and we have to treat waste, and there are fugitive emissions from waste, and we can use this biogas solution to reduce these emissions. Very interesting is that we have byproducts from digestate and carbon dioxide, which I don't have to go into detail here, and that it's also very important to have a region-specific analysis of the availability of feedstocks and how effective and sustainable biogas sector can be built up regional. Biomethane is also an energy carrier which is cheaper than green hydrogen. It's expected to remain so for future. And biogas and methane systems are flexible systems, and that they're very important for the future circular bioeconomy and in general the overall systems we work on. A very interesting report, I want to go a bit more detailed today, is the report on identification assessment of sustainability effects which are associated with biogas solutions. This was published recently from our group, and what we can say is that it's important that there is an understanding for the broad system effects of biogas solutions and the high cross-sectoral nature. And we're talking about waste management, energy, industry, and agriculture. And it's not like monofunctional system, which are easier to understand and manage. So biogas solutions contribute to multiple sectors and sustainability goals, and require a great deal of cross-sectoral collaboration to create industrial, urban, rural symbiosis. So these were the key messages. What does it mean in a bit more into detail? The report highlights the key externalities of biogas. So when we talk about environment, the impact on greenhouse gas emissions, the impact on soil health, the impact on nitrogen pollution of waters, when we look at economy and society, the improved energy security, the costs of processing organic waste, that it provides biogenic CO2. It's important for the creation of jobs, and it can contribute to a resilience in agriculture. If we go more into the agriculture, we can reduce the use of synthetic fertilizers, and biogas system can have an impact on intermediate cropping. And from the energy side, an issue is the use of existing gas infrastructure. This is possible with biomethane. So we can provide renewable energy which is storable and stable, and we can contribute to energy transition and regional circular economies. And of course, we will replace fossil fuels in biogas systems. In detail, the report highlights 53 sustainability effects of biogas solutions. So today is not the time to go and show all of them, but these are all effects or co-benefits which potentially can be contributed by biogas solutions. There's also a figure, I don't want to go too much into detail here, but we can see that some of the sustainability effects are related to the feedstock. So if we talk about waste management or the valorization of waste, it's also about like things like less odor or nutrient managing, then about other products like the CO2 side or the energy side. And of course, a strong side is the digestate and the biofertilizer. So I put down the link, so it's online available. As I said, today is not the time to really show details. It refers also to other reports, and also there's some intent or some discussion of monetizing these sustainability effects, which is also interesting for the sector, of course. So in a 3 years program, we have also been working on other topics. So interesting is, of course, the producing industries, because they can be partners for the deployment of biogas and biomethane. So one of our reports is about biogas systems in industry and how producing industries can address their Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions by biogas and biomethane. And the second report is very much referred to the bio-based industry, so especially food and beverage industry, which have wastewater, sludges and byproducts, which they can use directly on site for biogas. Then there is not an issue about the feedstock logistic or so, because of course all the residues already on site and can be used for the biogas plants. So these are very specific technological reports, maybe interesting for you. I also put here the citations so you can look it up later. We also have case stories, which are about 2 or 4 page on interesting cases. I'm showing a Danish platform for trading biomasses. So this platform enables direct trade between plants and the manufacturers of the feedstocks. The payment is directly from the buyer to the supplier, and the documentation for the prices. It's a better ability to plan consumption and delivery deadlines. The buyer can set the maximum price, and also the seller. And the payment of the fees is for using this platform is only made after closing the contract. So also there's anonymity within this. What is interesting is that the Danish colleagues, they told us that often the platform is not used directly, but indirectly to see what are the prices currently which are on the market. But yeah, I don't want to go too much into detail as I'm not expert of this, but just to give an idea of interesting information we try to exchange between the countries. 2 other reports where there's also not the time to go too much into detail. One report is about reducing methane emissions from biogas system and landfills. It's a lot on technologies such as, for example, methane oxidation, and also, our second report is about detailed perspective of the state of the biogas industry in selected countries from our task. There's also interesting information you can find there. What I want to highlight now is, so I have started my work as a task leader in March of this year. So we will be working now 3 years, and I just want to share to you, with you, what are our topics we will going to be working on. So this topic of sustainability effects and co-benefits is a topic we will still be working on it also in this triennium, because we see it as a very interesting for the sector, and it's a very complex issue. The topic about digest date is especially internationally very interesting. So currently Australia is leading this group, and we're comparing standards, regulation, policies, and best practices within different international countries. One topic is specific on monitoring of microbial cultures in biogas plants. There will be a work led by DBFZ, the German Biogas Association, about economics and greenhouse gas marginal abatement costs, also comparison between different countries. We will have a topic on small-scale biogas systems, and also synergies with biogas and e-fuel productions. So these are the topics which we specifically work on. We then still have these case stories where I showed it to you, a country report summary, which we publish every 3 years. And also topics we work on a broader field with other technologies on BECU or BECS and synergies of bioenergy, which are interest for the whole bioenergy sector. And we have a newsletter where you can register on the homepage, which is still put together by Arthur Wellinger, who has been doing this for a long time and puts up approximately every month new information about biogas. So this is now my last slide, just to give you an idea. We work on exchange of technology and information. So here you can see for newsletter, country reports, case stories, webinars and workshops, where you can find the things on our homepage. But yeah, it's task37.iBioenergy.com, and you will find the information in English available for everybody. So I hope I could give you a bit of an idea of what we have been doing the last 3 years, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Very interesting reports indeed. Are there questions from the audience? I don't see any, and there's something in the chat. All right, okay. Thank you so much, and we will be in contact definitely. And now time for the mission innovation countries, and I have the pleasure to welcome Ramakrishna. Hello again.
Hello.
You were with us in our by the mid of project, and now you are with us also at the end. So please let us know what is going on, what is happening in India. Thank you.
Sure. Can somebody share it from that end? I'm unable to share it from here.
Yeah, sure. Just a second, and I will share it.
Okay.
Okay, can you see it?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you make it full screen?
Yes. That's it.
Yeah. Very good evening to all of you, and I'm Ramakrishna. I have been in the working group on biofuels in the Ministry of Petroleum, and I also represent Indian Federation of Green Energy. I am the Senior Vice President, and also chairing the CBG, which means Biomethane Producers Forum in India. So today, what I'm going to do is share with you the kind of policy framework that has been created in India for the promotion of biomethane, where we stand, and what are the kind of gaps that exist and the kind of demands that the industry has, which needs to be fulfilled as we go forward. Next slide. Well, there have been a lot of discussion about different types of feedstocks. In India, we are essentially looking at focusing on three different types of feedstocks. One is the agricultural residues. Being an agrarian society, we have humongous quantities of agri residues that are available. And the second, of course, is with the kind of urbanization that's happening, we do have huge quantities of municipal solid waste. And also, we have more than 700 sugar factories, and each of them generate humongous quantities of pressed mud. And of course, the animal waste, the manure, is another feedstock that we are really looking at. Now, if you really look at, I'll come back on the feedstock, the kind of policy interventions that have been there. Now, on the, I would like to look at the policy interventions that have been made so far in the upstream, midstream, and the downstream. When we talk about the upstream and for the agricultural residues, we have two programs, one by the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, essentially to support the biomethane program for biomass aggregation for the various machineries that are required. Government, Ministry of Petroleum gives 50% subsidy up to a maximum of 1.1 million US dollars per project. And the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, they have a crop residue management, which has been there for a while now. And they give on an average about 65% subsidy on the machinery, for aggregating the agri residues. And this is meant for farmers and farmer producer organizations. On the MSW, the various state level bodies, they are supposed to do the segregation of the waste and supply the organic waste with 90 to 93% purity. At this point of time, we don't have any support as far as the dumping price, etc., is concerned at this point of time, but currently it is being looked into. As far as the press mud and animal waste are concerned, there are two scenarios. One is, the sugar mills which produce the press mud or the dairies which produce the animal waste, they can do backward integration and set up their own plants where the material supply chain is under their control. The other scenario is somebody setting up a plant can also procure it from the producer of the press mud or procure the manure from the large dairies and set up the biogas plant. So these are the kind of scenarios that we see at this point of time. On the midstream, for setting up the plant, Government of India has been giving capital subsidy. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy has been giving a maximum of 1.2 million US dollar per project under the Waste to Energy program. And several states in India also have different kind of capital subsidy programs ranging from 0.6 million to 2.4 million US dollar per project. Apart from that, the Reserve Bank of India has declared the biomethane plants under the priority sector. So which means that the lending interest rates will be quite low. As far as the downstream is concerned, we have the offtake, which is guaranteed. This can be done through grid injection into the pipeline. And here, for setting up the pipeline infrastructure from the biomethane plant to the nearest pipeline infrastructure, 50% subsidy is being given to a maximum of about 3.3 million US dollar per project. As far as the pricing is concerned, currently the pricing has been benchmarked with the natural gas price, and currently on the pricing on the energy basis works out to something like 1,478 rupees per MMBTU, which is about $17 per MMBTU. This is excluding the compression charges. Compression charges and some transportation charges are given separately. There is a CBG blending, there is biomethane blending obligation for the gas sector. And there is a clear roadmap from 1% going up to 5% in the next 5 years' time. As far as the biodigestate is concerned, Government of India through the Ministry of Fertilizer, they provide market development assistance up to about $17.5 per ton of biodigestate, both for solid FOM as well as liquid fermented organic manures. Next slide. Well, in the last 5 years, the number of biomethane plants have gone up from 3 to about 100, which have been commissioned. If you really look at, these 100 have a capacity of about 745 tons per day of biomethane. And if you really look at this sale of the biomethane, it has gone up to 42,780 tons in 24-25 financial year. Next slide, please. That is equivalent to about, can you go back? That's equivalent to about 0.6% of the total natural gas that is being consumed. And we have a target in the year 25-26 to achieve 1% blending. I think we will be in a position to achieve that easily by the end of the financial year closure. Next slide. Yeah, I was talking about the kind of policy support in the upstream for the biomass aggregation. For the straw cutting, raking, straw baling, transportation, we have the support both from Ministry of Petroleum and from the Ministry of Agriculture. Though the objectives are different. In case of MOPG, they're looking at supporting the biogas program, and crop residue management from Ministry of Agriculture. They essentially look at reducing the crop residue burning, but ultimately that would benefit the biomethane industry. However, we still don't have a policy that would support the storage infrastructure to be created in the country, because the availability of these agri residues is highly seasonal, and this has to be made available for the industry all through the year, which means that this has to be scientifically transported and stored. We still don't have a policy. Indian Federation of Green Energy have been working with both the Ministry of Petroleum and Ministry of Agriculture on this aspect. Next slide. Well, these are some of the details of the kind of subsidy that are being given from the Ministry of Petroleum on the biomass aggregation. Maximum of 1.1 million per project is being given. This is a program that was only introduced in 2024. So far, 9 CBG, biomethane plants have been funded under this. There are more plants which are going to be set up in the coming days, and hopefully that number will grow up. In case of crop residue management under the Ministry of Agriculture, up to 80 to 50% subsidy on the machinery procurement is being given with a maximum of 0.1 1 million per beneficiary. There is no limit on the number of beneficiaries per project. So this is going to essentially boost the rural economy, and ultimately this is going to benefit the the biomass processing units. Next slide. In the midstream, I did mention about the central financial assistance being given by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy as the capital subsidy. They had a fund of about 100 million US dollars, which was set aside, which has been almost utilized, and there is going to be a phase 2 where we are looking at about 600 million US dollars to be set up for there. Currently, the money that is being given as the central financial assistance is with a cap of 1.2 million dollars per project, and or 0.5 million per 4,800 kgs of gas that is produced per day. So 50% of this subsidy is given upfront, and the balance is released based on the construction and the performance. So there have been several proposals that we have made. We have requested the government to enhance the maximum limit from 1.2 million to about 3.5 million, as well as on the gas production capacity from 0.5 million per 4,800 kg to about 0.6 million. So even there have been some changes that have been expected in the milestones based on the dispersal mechanisms. Next. Yeah, as far as the downstream is concerned, this program Satat, Sustainable Alternative Towards Affordable Transportation, is a program which was launched in 2018 by the Ministry of Petroleum to set up about 5,000 biomethane plants which would produce about 15 million metric tons per annum of biomethane, which would replace almost about 35% of the total gas, natural gas that is being consumed in the country today. The first project was commissioned in September 2009. As of date, we have about 110 plants operational and another 82 projects under construction, which will be completed before end of this year. We have a biomethane and city gas distribution synchronization scheme. So under which the pipeline infrastructure is going to be laid. I did mention up to 50% subsidy will be provided by the Ministry of Petroleum for laying the pipeline infrastructure. In addition to that, the price, whether it is the injection into the pipeline or it is supplied through cascades to any point where the oil marketing companies dispense it, the price has been fixed at 19.1 US dollars per MMBTU, which includes the compression charges. And there is an additional logistic support of 1.5 to 2.5 rupees per kg for delivery beyond 50 and 75 kilometers. So that is additional. Next slide. Yeah. We also have, under the direct injection into the pipeline. So as I mentioned, there is a cap of 3.3 million per project, and that is up to 75 kilometers. Beyond 75 kilometers, the pro rata rate will slightly come down, but it is up to about 100 kilometers of pipeline laying. The government would support with the subsidy. On the connectivity side, the task of coming up with the guidelines have been given to the Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board. So they are going to be setting the quality parameters and monitoring the injection and distribution into the transmission network. Next slide. There is a biomethane blending obligation for all the city gas distribution companies. 24-25 year was it was voluntary. In 25-26, the financial year, we are supposed to do 1% blending, going up to 5% by 28-29. As I mentioned, in this financial year, we have already reached 0.6% level, and by end of the financial year, which is March 2026, I think we know we would easily be achieving that 1% blending. So the mechanisms like, the open access, book and claim, etc., these are kind of policies, which are being looked into and which has been proposed, and the government has been seriously considering it. And all the pricing mechanism that I talked about is only the gas price, and we still don't have any mechanism for giving green credits at this point of time. Next slide. So this is something, again, work in progress, the green attribute. Now, the Ministry of Environment and Forest has come and set up the targets for carbon reduction for all the industries. And for the CBG or the biomethane industry, they are yet to come up with some kind of a green certification and monetization kind of a program, which we are expecting that to happen before end of this year. And when that happens, the green attributes would be another major stream of revenue for all the biomethane plants. Next slide. Some of the states also have come up with some wonderful policies. Once again, in the upstream, all the crop residue management scheme under the Ministry of Agriculture, the subsidy will be split between the central government and the state government. As far as the midstream, the financial assistance is concerned, in addition to what the central government is giving through Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, many state governments have announced the capital subsidy, and the details are there in the slide. It varies from something like 0.6 million to 2.9 million for every single project. So as far as the downstream policies are concerned, these are all monitored by the central government, and state government currently do not have any role to play. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are some of the states like Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and Madhya Pradesh and Andhra Pradesh have aggressively come forward announcing their own state policy, which are in support of the central government policies, and over and above what central government schemes are there. The state government also provide the kind of financial support and also the kind of tax holidays and things like that. So each of the state has different mechanism through which this is being dispersed, and at least another 7 to 8 states have been currently working on their bioenergy policies, and once these policies are expected to be out in next 3 to 4 months' time from these 8-9 states. Next slide. I did talk about some 100 projects which have already been commissioned. This is the state-wise breakup. You have on the right side number of projects, and capacity of these plants per state is there. And you see that states like Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Punjab have been going quite aggressively on setting up these plants. And other states are on their way to catch up quite quickly with some of the leading states. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, there have been some demands that have been made by the industry, which government is currently looking into it. On the biomass aggregation machinery, as I mentioned, there is a cap, and we want the cap to be removed, and also the the subsidy be based on the size of the project rather than trying to put a cap on it. And as far as the MSW is concerned, there needs to be some kind of standardization across municipal corporations in the country, and the assured raw material supply all through the year, and committed to the segregation level is something that we are expecting. As far as the press mud and animal waste is concerned, there is a need for issuing guidelines and protecting the raw material prices for the project developers. So this is something government has been looking into. On the capital subsidy, we have, as I mentioned earlier, there is a cap on the size of the project. We are suggesting that that upper cap should be removed, and also the capital subsidy be enhanced from the current levels to at least 2 to 3 times the present level. So on the downstream, green attributes is something which I said is a work in progress. This is very important. One can sell the green credits in the voluntary market, but we want some kind of an administered program in this. As far as the grid injection, from 1st of July, the biomethane blending obligation becomes binding on the CBG, the city gas distribution companies. But however, the government is yet to issue some guidelines on that. That is required. And as far as the biodigestate is concerned, the market development assistance is too small. And also there are challenges because the biodigestate is going to be produced all through the year. And if this has to be used as manure or fertilizer by the farmers, then they require it only during the season, which means that there has to be a mechanism to monetize the biodigestate upfront, and we cannot really be waiting until the farmer lifts it. So there are a lot of reforms that are required when it comes to that, and also been suggesting that there can be some kind of a mandate for the fertilizer companies to sell the biodigestate to the farmers to up to about 5%. Next slide. Well, I think I covered pretty much on the policy aspect of it, but the industry has also been looking aggressively at maximizing the revenue streams for them. One is the gas, and the second one is the biodigestate. But biodigestate has its own challenges. So as we move forward, we have to really look at green attributes as well as further valorization of CO2 as well as the biodigestate. In fact, multiple options are being looked into. And once the industry is ready, the industry is going to go back and seek the kind of intervention that is really required from the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ramakrishna. Indeed, a lot of measures and funding mechanisms. Amazing. Are there questions from us? Are there questions on the chat, Giacomo? There's a question from for Kyriakos.
Thanks, Ramakrishna, for the very interesting presentation. It's commendable that your policies support the complete value chain, the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream, because here in Europe, basically we support the midstream and the upstream. Sorry, yeah, and the downstream. We forget the upstream. Now, there is exceptional growth has been achieved in the country for the last years, but this is thanks to the direct support from your government. Do you think that the government can really sustain this investment in the long term, in the medium to long term, to, let's say, maintain the growth of biogas and biomethane?
Yeah, it's a good question. Say for example, the kind of subsidies that are being extended to the biomethane industry at this point of time is a minuscule percentage of the kind of subsidies that are being offered to the farmers for fertilizers that are being used in our agriculture. So the amount is too small. One is that this probably will continue until such time the investment starts happening in India. Maybe it will continue for another 3 to 5 years. After that, one has to really look at the market mechanisms. So the green attributes makes a big difference. So we looked at the kind of green attribute that is being given in North America as well as in Europe, which is quite substantial. And at this point of time, even without the green attributes, the industry is really looking at becoming sustainable. But once the green attribute has been implemented, and the biomethane manufacturers are able to sell their green attributes in the Indian market, as well as export the green attributes to other countries, then the government can think in terms of reducing the subsidies, and which can be done gradually. Yeah, I don't think they will be able to sustain it for too long, but there has to be other mechanisms to sustain the industry.
Thank you, Irma Christina. And now, Sichong, are you online? Is he connected? Sichong, can you present us how the situation is in China? Until Sichong is connected again, we can move on to Warren McBee to present us the situation in Canada, how the biomethane market is evolving in Canada. Warren, are you with us?
I am with you. Can you hear me?
Lovely. Thank you for accepting our invitation at such a very, very, very short notice. Always happy to see you.
Yes, happy to see you. I'm going to share my screen. So you should be able to see the slides now. I think I can go relatively quickly through these slides. There hasn't been a lot of change in Canada over the last year or so, with the exception of a few big political changes that I will talk about. And I'll acknowledge here my co-author, Nicholas, who's not able to be here, but helped put together these slides. This is the progress on biogas use, and really we've seen growth in biogas at a fairly steady rate, with the exception of around 2020-21, when we did add a lot of new capacity, both for electricity and for RNG generation. So biogas use is gaining, it's increasing in Canada. We do expect that between 2023 and the last year of data that we have here and 2030, there will be substantive growth. There's a number of new projects underway across Canada. Most of these projects are relatively small, and we'll talk about that a little bit. The biggest focus has been on electricity generation. These are, again, at relatively small scales compared to some of the projects that we've seen in other countries. We are starting to see more interest in RNG that can be injected into the natural gas grid. The number of projects underway across the country, there's quite a few. As I say, most of these projects are relatively small in scale compared to what you might see in other places. Quebec, on the right-hand side of the map, has the most projects underway right now, followed by Ontario, BC on the west coast, and then Alberta and Manitoba in the center of the country. And this slide, I think, has been presented before to this group, so perhaps you've seen it already, but this is the way that it breaks down across the different markets. So agriculture, manufacturing, industry, municipal. These are the various groups that are assembling projects. And you can see that the number of operational facilities by far is the largest in Ontario, where We've had fairly consistent investment, largely driven by what was called the Green Energy Act, that was in effect for about a decade between 2008 and 2018. I don't think I need to go through the details here because this is just a summation of the different types of plants that are in operation across the country. I think everybody online will be well aware of that. What's more interesting is the policy support that's in place right now. So both Quebec and British Columbia, so on the east side of the country and the west side of the country, have renewable gas mandates. In Quebec, that mandate is 5% renewable content in natural gas by this year. It's looking like they might fall a little bit short, but we'll see where we get to by the end of the year. 10% renewable content by 2030. So they're anticipating some steady growth. And you did see earlier on the map that Quebec has a number of projects underway to try to build some of that capacity out. In British Columbia, the utility, industrial utility, FortisBC, has a 15% renewable content goal by 2030 with 2% in 2025. So in BC, the rate of growth will have to be very, very fast in order for that province to be able to achieve the goal. It's not fully clear whether that's going to happen. I did take part in a study looking at RNG capacity and potential, and there's definitely enough biomass, enough feedstock to be able to support it. It's a question of whether it will be built in time to hit these targets. In Ontario and BC, there are opt-in programs that are run by, again, the companies where ratepayers can provide a voluntary payment. Right now it's $2 Canadian, so about $1.40 American to support biogas development. At the federal level, we do have a number of policies like the Clean Fuel Standard. Unfortunately, the Clean Fuel Standard does not include gaseous fuels right now. The original plan was that the Clean Fuel Standard would include both solid and gas fuels as well as liquid fuels. But as it was implemented, it only applies to liquid fuels. BC has a low carbon fuel standard, which does apply to liquid fuels, but again, not to gas fuels. Quebec has a low carbon sort of a standard, but again, none of these things really apply to the gas side of things. And this has been a challenge, I would say, for biogas producers, because of course, without a mandate, without some kind of regulation to enforce the uptake of the gas, there's less of an incentive to build it out. And until that can happen, we may not see as much development as we like, even though some of the utilities have these targets, as we've talked about. There are offset systems in place, and in some cases, including BC, Alberta, and Quebec, biogas does count as an offset. So that is a powerful mechanism to support biogas development. The federal system includes landfill gases, which is sort of a biogas, but not all biogas types. There is some discussion that perhaps it will be expanded out. And some people online may be aware that the government of Canada has recently changed. We had a federal election. We still have a Liberal government, which is sort of a left-leaning government. But the new Prime Minister is Mark Carney, who is a former central banker. He ran Bank of Canada and the Bank of England. And his focus is very much on kind of industrial development. So we may see a change in the way the support comes. One of the first things that the new federal government did was to take away the consumer carbon tax, which had been sitting at $80 a ton. This was an incentive in many ways to utilize a low carbon fuel, a biogas fuel, because it did apply to any sales of different types of fuels. The federal system was a backstop system, which applied across almost all the provinces. The two exceptions were BC and Quebec. BC also removed their consumer carbon tax. Quebec maintains a cap and trade system, which is equivalent in some ways to a carbon tax, but it sits at about $48 a ton. And it is a cap and trade system that they run in conjunction with the state of California. We still have an industrial carbon pricing system, which applies to large emitters. Most of the large emitters out there, in fact, none that I could find, are utilizing biogas. There's many that use natural gas, and so as time goes on, we may start to see biogas being introduced into some of these facilities. But at the current time, most of our RNG and biogas facilities are smaller. I will say that the new Prime Minister has made quite a bit of noise about changing our industrial carbon approach to try to be more stringent with industrial emissions. And again, there may be some room for growth and room for development as we go forward. According to the Biogas Association of Canada, we're only utilizing something on the order of 14% of our biogas potential so far. And in fact, earlier in an earlier presentation, you could see that Canada's progress as measured by the IEA is still relatively low compared to many other nations. You know, we've got a lot of biomass, very large agricultural estate, very large forest estate, lots of big cities where we could be doing biogas production, and yet we're not really taking advantage of it yet. And partly it's because the policy level of support has been low. We've gone through some of those targets and some of the policies that are in place, but we do not have the kind of more detailed support that we just heard about from India or that other countries have put into place. We need various supports. One of the things that the Biogas Association is really pushing for is investment tax credits. Investment tax credits would be a useful mechanism to move things forward. Most of the RNG or biogas projects right now are still very small scale. Investment tax credits might move them up. We have a few challenges in terms of connectivity to the natural gas grid or to the electricity grid. In many cases, biogas production is ideally situated sort of at the wrong end of the grid. You know, it'd be nice to insert RNG upstream rather than downstream. It'd be nice to be able to connect a little bit easier. That's been difficult. We are investing quite a bit in our electrical grid, so we're starting to see more opportunities for connections going forward. And there is a lack of understanding and awareness around these technologies in Canada. You know, as I said earlier, Ontario did run a very strong program of green electricity development over a course of a decade. Biogas was one of the things that was included, and we saw a number of new projects start, but they're very low numbers compared to the numbers of wind farms or solar farms. We don't have as many incentives. We don't have a population that really understands these technologies that well. And that is part of what the Biogas Association has been really working on, is trying to build up some of that awareness. And I think that's it for me. I can stop sharing my screen and happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Warren. Indeed, it was striking for me to see that only 14% of the biogas potential is used. I thought that you were much more progressed. So
well,
questions.
It'd be nice if we were.
yeah. And we are talking about biogas, not biomethane. All right.
Correct.
Right. Questions? Otto? No, I don't see any in the chat. Giacomo, in the chat, is there anything? Any questions? Well, actually, your speech just gave me the pace to start with discussions, because in the discussion we had an issue to talk about is what are the remaining barriers, and you have already spotted that one of the main barriers are the financial barriers and incentives and so on. This is what was also spotted by our analysis in those 7 target countries. I would like to ask our officer, Franciszek or Franek, yeah, to tell me, after your experience in the work you are doing and after what you have heard here, what is the first reply? Let's say, what are the barriers still left that we have to overcome? What are the most crucial ones that we have to target?
Thank you very much. Well, unfortunately, there are many. I mean, the list is long. So I would start with, I mean, based on the discussions that we've been having regularly. One of the things that is coming up a lot is the permitting, and to address the problem of very lengthy permitting. As I said in my presentation, the average seemed to be around 4 years for Europe, whereas we have my colleague Biljana working on that for a longer time. She recently provided me with information that in the US, apparently, it takes 1.8 years between the moment of making decision about investment in a new project and the operation. So it's a significantly faster process, and talking to project developers, that is an element that is very often coming up in discussions. Depending, of course, on the governance structure of a member states, different problems kind of contribute to these lengthy permitting. We know, for instance, in Spain, that each of the regions have their own decision-making kind of distribution of responsibilities for assessing permits. There was 2 or 3 weeks ago a panel on permitting specifically during a conference we were co-organizing, where a colleague from Irish agency was talking about problems at the local level, where local officers and local authorities are assessing permit requests, where there is simply a problem of capacity as well. But also what links to the local acceptance and the permitting is that when local officers are making decisions for the applications for new projects, because local acceptance is oftentimes very low, they are hesitant to give positive opinions and to process these applications positively and quickly. So what we will be trying to do with the tripartite is to act upon that. A lot of what the work has to be done on the member state side, of course, with Commission support, but some of the ideas relate also to the link between better planning and mapping and acceleration of permitting. The idea is to draw on examples from France and Denmark, where what is being done is that the potential for production in different areas, taking into account feedstock that is available, that are being mapped, and these high potential areas are being overlaid with grid availability and the connection to grid, so that we can map areas where it makes sense to increase the production faster. And there, even in the EU legislation at the moment, we have concepts like renewable acceleration areas or something in that direction, which could be also applied where permitting is being faster. Of course, these are just ideas, but definitely this is a problem that requires action. Of course, also the barriers which exist on the single market, or barriers to the existence of a single market. Here we are very hopeful for the UDB and the finally the full operation of the UDB, though still the particular timeline is under discussions with member states. But I would say that addressing these barriers to cross-border trade when we look at the production across the whole EU is an important barrier to tackle. Another element is also the scale of production and the fact that in Europe, for instance, in Germany, the production is very fragmented. So there are very many little biogas plants, which of course face some of the problems related to costs of production. We have to think a bit also about how to upscale the production to make it more competitive. And also, I mean, I think that an important issue is how to address problems hindering development of biomethane, especially in high potential countries in Europe, where currently there is zero biomethane production. I mean, I think the two key examples is Poland and Romania, where there are no biomethane plants. I know that in Poland, my country, the financial support has been only introduced last year, the first feed-in tariff. So really there are years of that has been kind of missed of opportunities. So we have to look from the Commission perspective also how to support these member states with high potential, with big agriculture industries, how to upscale the production there. So yeah, these are these few elements I would point your attention to. But of course, I mean, just today listening to many excellent presentations, I mean, there are so many elements, and this sector itself is so cross-cutting. So when we look at the problem of feedstock and increasing the availability of feedstock, including also new innovative feedstocks, just there are many other elements that could be addressed. So I will stop here and yeah, pass the voice back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, it is like if you have been in Greece. I mean, permitting licenses is the first topic, and as you said about the mapping of biomass and the plants, there was a very nice map that Ahto has prepared, and I think Ahto, you presented it in our last meeting. They have mapped already the biomass and in cycles, so they know where it is and how they could where to locate the biomethane plants and the capacities and so on. They have done an excellent job. And actually, what is really nice with Estonia is that they have equal number of biogas plants and biomethane plants, which is not the case with any other country. It's like 12 biomethane plants and seven. Ah, all right, okay. And something like 17 or so biogas plants. All together, all right. Yeah, it's like a unique case. All right. Okay, so yeah. Do you want to add something on this? All right. And then I would like to ask Christos, since you are doing all this work on policy making and all these things, what are the barriers that you believe that they are still right now to have been faced?
In one deliverable, as I mentioned, we conducted a survey in order to identify the policy requirements in order to design the policy measures. And we ran it in the 7 target countries, and we explored a lot of things among the different technical, financial, market, and institutional political barriers. So there is an analysis, comparative analysis, identify which of them seems to be more significant in the examined countries. I think that, okay, the vast majority of them have already been mentioned. So I will mention some additional one. For example, the financial, yes, we discussed, but I think that the crucial is the long-term, let's say, coverage of the investments, because this is linked with the bankability. So yes, we need the economic instrument in order to cover, let's say, on the long term, the economic viability and profitability of the investments, in order to persuade the banks to provide the sufficient, let's say, financing. Interesting was the market barriers, which are related mainly with the regulatory uncertainties, the problems. So yes, the political stability is very crucial in order to, again, to give the signal to the investors to proceed. And there is a considerable problem in specific countries with their inability to exploit the available, let's say, potential. This is linked obviously with the inefficient waste management. And specific, perhaps, incentives must be given. For example, perhaps in Greece, the potential imposition of a gate fee to be a solution. So somehow, yes, this constitute. It was interesting that there are a lot of technical problems, irrespective of the fact that, there is a technical maturity with the biogas. They mentioned infrastructural problems and general the current level of skills and expertise of the technical staff seems not to be so satisfactory. So enhancement and reinforcement is needed for them. It is not easy to somehow to foster the consumption in the end-use sectors because there is a lack of vehicles, specific, let's say, equipment which is used. So this is not emphasis. And for the institutional one, there is problem with the grid access, obviously, with the standardization, with the harmonization, common rules, all these issues. Yes, it's very inspiring to discuss for cross borders, but actually we have to see how this can be done in reality and with the specific rules. And bureaucracy, I think, yes, this is linked obviously with the permitting procedure, but I think that the most important one is due to the fact that we have recognized that the initiation of policy measures, it is not in the jurisdiction of one ministry. It's an issue and for energy sector, and for agricultural, and for transport. I think that there is the necessary, let's say, multi-level governance in order to ensure the communication, cooperation, and coordination of the activities, because different policymakers should be involved with different priorities, different knowledge, different, let's say, background. So somehow, for me, this is the most crucial. And for this reason, I would like to return to the previous discussion, the incorporation of these cross-sectoral effects into a common basis, perhaps to create a common framework in order to speak, let's say, the same language and to codicide all of them. So, yes, we have plenty of barriers.
That is sure. Indeed, it is. We always say it's the Ministry of Energy, it is agriculture, it is waste. So everybody has to work on. And now the opinion of the European Biogas Association. You represent all the biogas associations. So what do you hear from your members? What are the barriers, the main barriers they hear? Apart, of course, of what we have found out in the GreenMeUp.
That was what I was going to say, because then all that have been mentioned is everything that the members raised. But one point that personally I would add is when it comes to, and we saw this when we were doing the research on the support schemes recently, and I think Anthony mentioned it briefly, the fact that these incentives and support schemes shouldn't be done in isolation, but then to consider the other factors that will allow the market uptake. For example, you give an investment support, and then that kickstarts the production of plants and everything. But there should also be the ease of grid access for injection, So in that case, once the plants are built, the biomethane is produced, then it's also easy to get access to, let's say, the grid or something. So not designing supports and incentives just for let's say market or just for production, but to look at also the other permitting, time that it will take, access to the grid that will take, the recognition for co-products, digestates, biogenic CO2 and other things, even in the grand scheme of things, so that at the end of the day, it becomes easy for not just the production and development of plants, but also the market uptake itself of the products that will come from it. So that's the one thing that I would say should be looked at. Yeah, because
Very good, really very good.
Yes.
And can I ask now the users of the biomethane, the distribution companies, DSOs and TSOs? I finally managed to understand the difference. What are the main barriers from your part? What do you still need to accept biomethane and to green your grids?
According to our experience, our main barrier
is it open?
Closer to the mouth. Close?
Yeah.
It's good. It's okay. It's okay. Well, according to our experience, the main barrier for a gas distribution company is the lack of clear strategy regarding biomethane. Speaking about Greece, which is our country, this lack of clear strategy has created a lot of problems. Only recently we have in public consultation the relevant legislation, and this legislation was not so integrated and completed. The next step, which is the main issue for investments in biomethane production, which is the financial incentives, have not encountered in this legislation. So it is only a first step, not integrated and completed, and we have to wait to see. This matter for an investor is not very good, is not an incentive, does not give him a clear environment to proceed with an investment on this sector. So we need this, we need regulatory stability, to have clear rules for biomethane injection, for reverse flows, for all these construction expenses that we have to encounter as an operator in order to see how we are going to allocate them to our users, because everyone knows that the use of systems has a cost, and customers are not able to pay a lot on energy, and a lot of complaints have been raised on these issues of energy, especially in Southeast Europe, where Greece is located.
Lovely, lovely indeed. Are there any other views from us? I ask Francisek to keep notes so that you will hear what is discussed. This is the work actually of 3 whole years of this project. So I hope you will get some good comments, some good concepts or issues to be taken into account when you will proceed with the rest of the legislation work.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks a lot to everyone for sharing their views. It's very important for us to have input from stakeholders and from those who actually live on the market and practice it. I mean, we try to observe it as carefully as we can, but of course we can always miss things which we then can see only by exchanges. So all these points are well noted and will be passed also to other colleagues working on the topic. I'm also looking forward to receiving the deliverables from the GreenMeUp on paper, so that we can familiarize ourselves in detail and take that forward also with the work on tripartite. So also I would like to congratulate organizers of the GreenMeUp, because now it's coming to the end after all the work you've been doing. It was very useful for the Commission to see the work and the reports and products you have brought forward. So congratulations for all the great work.
Thank you so much. So, Giacomo, we made it. That was the purpose of this policy workshop, to actually approach policymakers and pass the all the information that we have collected. So I'm pretty happy that it is in good hands. Congratulations to all. So thank you for being here. Thank you for standing all this long day. So thank you all and enjoy the evening.
Bye-bye, Mitsuni. Have a good day.
I would like to thank, apologies, I'm so rude. I would like to thank those online who stayed with us all this time during the whole day. I hope you you found it fruitful. I hope you got knowledge. I hope you have replies to your questions, and we look forward to stay tuned with us. And yeah, have a nice evening.